Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most rogue of heels, the Rogue Heel, coming to you live right here on Kick, and also on YouTube as well. Dual streaming yet again. I love it. On the YouTube and on Kick. You gotta love it, baby. Oh yeah, I love when everything comes together. As the title suggests, we're going Sweaty Gamer Lord. We're gonna do some trials. I want that Trials SMG, the Immortal. I think that's the name of it too. Let me get on my Starfire Warlock. Let me put some things. I don't even care about getting flawless. Knicks up 3-1 in the series, folks. You heard right. The Knicks are up 3-1 in the series. All right. There's a little of Destiny 2. Let's make some quick changes right here. Hope everybody's having a beautiful Sunday evening. Hope their weekend was great. My weekend was great too. Apparently somebody followed me a day ago. I was not streaming. But I just want to thank, in my career dashboard here, JustA954 for following me. Thank you very much for the follow over on Kick.com. Thank you. We continue to grow, ladies and gentlemen. We continue to grow here in this community, building up our Kick, building up our YouTube. Starting the show shortly. Let's go to my overlays. Just want to add in. Where is my? Be right back. Here we go. My stream chat's up. Okay, so I did that already. Beautiful, just beautiful. Let's go to watch later. Oh man, Henry Resilient is back up. And he's up and about. The Mets and the Giants are about to play. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Coffee Break by the Chill Hop Essentials from Ruck P. Chill Hop presents. Let's go, folks. Yeah. Let's put some videos on while I set myself up.
What's up guys, Streamer TV, and first up in the news we have Adin Ross. Now over the last few days, Adin Ross has seemed to have joined a network, what looks like to be a Spanish network going by Thumb Media affiliate, and he's going around claiming or striking videos down if anyone says anything negative about him, or if it's just an Adin Ross reaction video, he is claiming the money off it. Now over on Twitter, one channel called out Adin Ross for claiming a fair use video, stating I just lost $8,000 from Adin Ross for false claiming my video. The Twitter user also shared more additional information about the situation, and I responded in the following tweet saying if the video is fair use, 100% counter that claim. It don't matter the power Adin Ross has. If the video is fair use, Adin can't do shiz. Judge looks at fair use, not Adin's ego. Counter that claim. Now at the moment Adin Ross has not responded about the situation, but once he does I'll give you guys an update in the next video. And also guys, if you want to keep up with the news, please double check that you subscribe to my channel, as YouTube subscribing is broken and is unsubscribing you from my channel. Let me know what you guys' thoughts are on Adin Ross abusing the copyright in the comments, and enjoy the rest of the highlights. Extra Emily, do you have a favourite cereal, sir?
Hello! Hello? I have a lot of cereal to buy. Oh, great. Yes. Thank you. Okay.
Oh yeah, she did like this crazy stream where she was like in milk.
Favorite cereal, sir?
I don't even eat cereal now.
I feel that. I don't really eat a lot of cereal either.
I can tell.
extra Emily cannonballs into a cereal bowl.
Ew! Did it even splatter anywhere? Ew! Wow!
Then she was like eating for a minute. No offense, I would never do something like this.
Mike compares Asmongold eating a salad to a cactus.
By the way, you can't eat a cactus. You just have to shave the outside.
Welcome to the trial of Osiris.
Has a better disposition towards the cactus than Asmon does the salad.
So we got Monarch.
He's more receptive
Time,
to eating
Fellwinter.
a fully thorned cactus than Asmon is over
Quick.
Willa.
Yeah. Quicksilver Storm is kind of
Sarah
busted
had a rough
too,
go
but
at
folks.
camping night.
Anyway, yeah, I was super scared to sleep here last night. Not gonna lie. After that guy found me, I was really on edge.
Were you doing like that sneak
Anyway,
camping
We're
thing?
gonna try to pack up. Everything is just drenched. I don't know if you can see water on everything. So my sleeping bag is soaked. Everything is soaked.
You are eager to begin,
Yeah.
I can see.
And I don't know how it works with my phone because this is broken.
So they're gonna be there.
Yeah. So that's what I got going on right now.
It takes 30 seconds to make a homemade lemonade in China.
Oh my god.
You gotta love that.
1 minute left.
Oh my god.
Shit, I didn't hear him from the. Okay, sorry, I gotta pause that video.
Only one ally is left. He's in their hands now. This
There was like
is
one
for
guy
your
to the right.
Next time,
I
my
couldn't hear him. Sorry, I couldn't hear him.
You are behind, but you can still win.
We should have taken that first point. Got him.
1 minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. Opponent revived.
Fuck. Okay.
Only one enemy is left.
Good job, boys.
Third enemy is down. This is a battle in need of an egg. See it through. Left, my friend. Only one ally is left.
Shit. I was going for the revive and he was just too out there. He was too exposed.
Your opponent took the round. Takes the net.
Yeah, two guys on the same team. They say it's more fair, but it's really not, to be honest with you. They really do need
Behind. There's no
single player
limit.
trials.
I know this. Soon you will as well.
I don't think they want to like make that like version of trials. I don't know. Maybe they intend trials to be like you need to be in like a clan or you need to be in an LFG group.
my friend. You are make them run from you. The next round will be yours.
The other guy went behind. Yeah.
I cannot wait to see how you turn the tides. So I will not.
Like
go
you
do
guys, like one of them, they're both like going like separate. Like I want to like write in chat, like just like say like, hey, like you guys have to like stay together. Holy shit, is he using the Lamarok? Yeah. Fuck. He's like low. Throw a grenade in there. If you're using a bow, you're using that bow. Yeah. No, we're gonna lose this one. These guys can't pick it up.
My friend. Only one ally is left. It is in their hands now.
He won't crawl. I thought after like that second game, I thought we were gonna pick it up, but not. Oh, my team's the guy with the two guys.
Your opponent took the round. Takes the next.
Well, they forgive me for one loss on this trials card.
Your opponents think they will win. Ha! Show them.
Yeah, it's like don't like separate out because they're expecting the separation. So he's gonna go. See, this is the thing too. I don't know why he's going like all the way around. No, they gotta, he's got. We can't take him from there. None of us have our super. Two well locks. They got. None of them even like take it.
Next time. They say a baby bird must fall from the nest before it can fly. I do not like this, but it is a good metaphor.
Those guys just were not good. There's nothing in there to break the super. All right, give me some guys that know what they're doing, man. Come on. Especially on that map. Those guys just knew, man. They got rolled on that one. You just have to peek. You have to pixel peek in this game. Just pixel peek. As long as you get the peek in and you know you can like back off or go side to side, you're good. Time to kill is so important in PvP in this game. PvP is not like as sweaty as like in Call of Duty or Halo, but because it's PvP's going to be unbalanced because you need a specific build going there too. So you gotta be careful. He's gonna have 2 shots, medium range, short, no time. The guy has to get hit his shots.
Stay together, my little birds. Guard each other and aim true.
So this is just. Good job.
Only one enemy is left.
Yeah, we're
With flattening your enemy.
Okay.
Very good.
those guys just came in hard.
Do not relent.
Okay, we should be able to hold this point. Don't get too.
1 minute left, my friend.
Good. Oh, from behind.
It is in their hands now. You must fall, but you can stand back up. Opponent revived.
That was good. I should have watched our backs. That's my fault.
Time Time to break the tie. I cannot wait. This is a battle in need of an end. See it through. Only one enemy is left. 1 minute left, my friend. Your enemies are down.
There we go.
You are leading.
That guy's going off, man.
No.
Usually I like to just stay back and like hit him from like long to medium range. Ooh, you got me.
Back in the fight. Only one ally is left.
Shit, he took himself out with that. If you could pick up one of us,
Left, my friend.
if he's able to pick up one of us, shit, he's gonna pick up.
Revived.
God damn.
This one was for your end.
I think he was
Next
chasing.
time, my
The
friend.
other guy was chasing him. They got revived and died.
Opponent revived.
That was a good snipe by him. He just snapped and snapped. Snapped and sniped.
I cannot wait.
I'm just gonna let him.
Only one enemy is left. 1 minute left, my friend. Good. Only their ghosts remain. Okay, bring them back and let's do it again. Your
Those guys
team
are.
leads.
These two guys are hyper aggressive. So I mean, if you have a hyper aggressive build, you can do it. My build's not like that. So one guy is gonna be coming in from the back.
Opponent revived. 1 minute left, my friend. Only one ally is
Shit
left.
behind you.
Is it dead? The next round.
It's the same thing as last time. They were watching the back. It was the back. I'm playing like poop, man. I knew that guy was coming from the back.
This tie. This tie cannot continue. It's you or them. Fight. One minute left, man. Only one ally is left. He's in their hands now. Don't let this slow you down. Try again. Opponent revived.
Oh, that's right. It's on caps. It's not on
Point and
my regular
fight.
melee. Okay. Oh, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna watch the side here.
One minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. It is just you now, friend. Fight until you have nothing left. Opponent revived.
Where is... Fuck.
Next time, my friend. Next time. Fall down, stand up. Fall down, stand up. This is the rhythm of a guardian's life. It is how we learn.
Yeah, I didn't do anything in that game. Shit, dude. Damn, NPC energy was going off, man. That Saruta guy on our team was going off too. Fuck me, dude. I was trying to like pick him up. The thing I was afraid of, the reason why I was standing back is the last two times we were on like on that side of the map, that Arc Titan kept coming in from behind and kept charging me from behind and kept killing everybody else from behind. That's the reason why I was standing back. Fuck me, man. There's a reason why. I'm thinking now I have to get used to like hitting like caps from like my regular melee. This is one of the reasons why PvP 2 isn't that shit. I got flawed. I knew I wasn't gonna go flawless, but there's a certain way you play like certain builds in this game too. Let me do this. Let me do pulse and let me do my osteo. I don't even give a shit. If I had necrotic grips, be fucking GG's, man. I can probably, but I don't want to take off Starfire Protocol.
Trials of Osiris.
We should have won that game. That was really my fault. So he's gonna be standing back the entire time. Night Stalker, Thread Runner. Wow. So we got the trifecta on my squad. I can't believe I got flawed fucking trials.
Bring your light to bear, Guardian. Outshine the opposition.
Okay. Shit behind you guys.
Only one enemy is left. Only one ally is left. It is in their hands now. 1 minute left, my friend.
What happened? Why can't I?
Seconds left.
What are you doing?
10 seconds.
Okay.
Good.
I'll take it.
Only their ghosts remain. Okay, bring them back and let's do it again. Your team has the lead. Hold tight to it.
So it's not the enter key. Alright, he's gone.
Only one enemy is left. Your ally is back in the fight.
There you go.
You have flattened your enemy. Very good.
Just gotta remember caps, 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 caps. Alright, now I'm picking it up now. Now I'm picking it up.
Very good.
shit. If somebody can like pick me up, I'm like in the back here. Somebody pick me up in the back. I'm like behind you guys. I fucked that. I fucked that up.
Left, my friend. Only one enemy is left.
Alright, I gotta take it anyway.
Opponents crushed. Do it again. You are in the lead. Don't slow down. You are all that's left. This is your fight to win. 1 minute left, my friend. Opponent revived. Don't let this slow you down. Try again. You are setting the pace. Very good.
That's...
Only one enemy is left. 1 minute left, my friend. Your ally is back in the fight. Good! Only their ghosts remain. Okay, bring them back and let's do it again.
I think I need to...
Match point! Your team stands tall! Finish strong!
Shit, dude. I can't outduel that Monarch.
Only one ally is left. It is in their hands now.
They're gonna rush. Yeah.
This round is theirs, but you can
We we should have taken this point. It's just like, it's just the Monarch though. Said, damn, if I could get back up on that Monarch and somebody could help me out and two-tap the guy.
And you have won it all.
Yeah. The only thing is like everybody's like playing back.
One minute left, my friend. Opponent revived. Only one enemy is left.
There you go.
The match is yours. Celebrate. I will join you.
He just like went off too. God damn.
You fight with confidence, with dedication. The people of our city must feel safe under your watch.
See, I think I did a little bit better with 6 kills, yeah. That Sosabe was carrying the team though. Look at that, combat 7. 2 deaths. Jesus. Ah, you know what, let me... this battler is not that, it's not that great anymore. The time to kill on this is crazy, man. Hey, look at this. This is crazy. This pulse. We might just try this out. Let's see if we can like two-tap people with that pulse. I saw a video on my recommended page about that too, so we'll see. Still can't believe the Knicks are 3-1 in the series, man. Oh my god. See if we can get that Pinnacle Award too. Did they fix this? No.
The infinite forest is not as infinite as they say. It has its limits.
Okay. Do you have to? Did I already pick this up? What is stability masterwork? Okay. I mean, I'm not like... do I want Whistler's Whim? I'm a big bow guy. The bow has to do something else besides explosive arrowhead. Nah, the roll I have is much better than that. Stability, range. To tell you the truth, that's actually not bad with the range masterwork. These two aren't bad. I've increased mobility. So let me go ahead, put this in. Saint, I swear I thought maybe I did get it for trials and I must have deleted it. I'm so stupid. Fuck. I get guns with good rolls and I'm fucking stupid with them. I'm so effing stupid with some of these guns, man. I delete good rolls for guns. Oh shit, I forgot to do the whole I'm live on Kick now. Pull up TikTok.
Trials of Osiris.
Shit, Giants up 2-0 over the Mets. Oh man, Giants getting their revenge. No time. Cataclysmic.
You have but one life.
No, it's a submachine gun.
Stand against the darkness. Hold nothing back. One minute left, my friend.
Oh fuck!
Ally is left.
He got me with the
He's in their
Ikelos.
hands now. Only one enemy is left.
No, they got him.
This one was for your enemy. Next time, my friend.
They nerfed it too.
These Scortels only have.
They nerfed those aggressive frames,
Tell
but
the rest.
if you're within like range, I'm not worried about like gun. It's kind of like a relief, to be honest with you too.
is left. It is in their hands now. Only one enemy is left. You are back in the fight. Your ally is back in the fight. The enemy team has fallen. You shook them.
Good job, boys. What's going on with my chat? I gotta check the setting. I forgot to check the settings after
You are
this.
died. Crush their hopes.
I think I gotta put my regular melee on this too, especially when it's on cooldown.
Only one enemy is left.
Alright.
Opponents have been put in their
Just
place.
literally
Good
hardcore
job.
camping on this. This is actually doing quite a bit of damage.
Another round begins and your team leads. Good. Stand along. Do not give up. 1 minute left.
Fuck.
This round is theirs, but you can win the next. Opponent revived.
I should did a double.
Time to break the tie. I cannot wait. Teams are even. Break the tie.
Yeah, these guys like went into like this weird like, not even weird. They just went into like this close range thing. I didn't really have like the right gun.
Only one enemy is left. Opponents have been put in their place. Good job.
This seems to be like our side. That miner guy is just like going off, dude.
Another round begins and your team leads. Good. One minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. Your ally is back in the fight. I love to watch you win.
I got that lucky. I was lucky I got that elimination with the fucking immortal.
This is match point, friend. Give it.
All right, let's take the dub, boys. This has not been our
One minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. Your ally is back in the fight. The match is yours. Celebrate.
GG's, boys.
You fought with grace and power, Warlock. Ikora must
I wonder
be
if I
very
can.
proud.
Ooh, I like that. That looks good. Not bad. Oh, you know what it is? I didn't turn on the gameplay. What is display hints? No. It's, where is it? It's social, isn't it? Yeah. Voice chat. On text chat font size, background opacity lowest. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Okay. We gotta go here too. Okay. Auto melees. And then maybe charge melee. We can set that. Damn, man. That one bad game. Did that one bad game. I don't know about Graviton Lands. I haven't really done anything with it yet. Discipline Armorer. Yep, to tell you the truth, I do want Discipline Armorer because I want this to get boosted up too. This actually gives me the stats. It's great for Titan, by the way. Discipline Armor. The Titan has so many good grenade builds.
Welcome to the trials of Saint 14. Okay, no. They are of Osiris. A joke.
The Stag.
Stay together, my little birds.
He jokes. He
Guard
jokes.
each other and aim true. Only one enemy is left.
Okay.
You'll stand alone. Do not give up. 1 minute left, my friend.
Oh.
Your team is full, but you can stand back up.
Shit.
Opponent
He got me with the symmetry. I don't know why they were all
I
like out
cannot
front
wait
there
to
like
see
that.
How you turn the tides. So I will not. Go do it. Only one ally is left.
All right, this is gonna be a loss. I can already tell.
You lost.
Whenever I'm on a team with like two people, and they're in the same clan,
Opponent revived.
it's never good.
You are behind, but not for long.
Don't go like all out, man. Like just pixel peek.
One minute left, my
Shit.
friend. Only one ally is left. It's in there.
Yep. This is about as well as I think it's gonna get. We're gonna get fucking stomped. We're gonna get stomped in this one.
You're
They don't know what they're doing.
Put on your mean face.
They're like going up like super close. You really do need to like roll in a group. They really intend trials to be like you need to be like rolling in a group. He's just kind of like going in hard.
Only one enemy is left. 1 minute left, my friend. Opponent revived. Only one enemy is left. Opponent revived. Grenade, punch, bullets everywhere. Guardian, my heart is still racing.
Doesn't matter. We won.
The other team is pulling ahead. Stand in their way. Only one enemy is left. Only one
Shit.
ally is left. He's dead.
Oh, come on, you guys.
Your ally is back in the fight. You are back in the fight. Opponent revived. Only one enemy is left. The enemy team has fallen. You shook them. Your ally is back in the fight. You are behind, but not for long.
Okay. So my auto melee.
Only one
Oh
ally is
wow!
left.
All right, I gotta change it because my auto melee's not going off.
This one was for your enemy. Next time, my friend. Opponent revived. Match point. I have seen you come back from worse. This is easy. Only one ally is left.
Shit! I gotta take it. Yeah.
Next time, my friend. Next time.
All right. I need to move this back because it's not going off. That's what I
One loss
thought.
is nothing. It is one moment of many. You will show your opponents next time.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Like melee is like incredibly important in this Yeah, I really feel like controller players have like a very clear like advantage in like in this game. Just with the controller, I feel like, especially with the aim assist, but you have more control and more precision with the keyboard and mouse stuff. But you have to be, you know, all your settings need to be on point. And the mouse I have isn't that great too. It's like one of those cheap Red Dragon mouses, which is, I think it's just like a rebrand of like a Chinese, like a cheap Chinese mouse.
Welcome to the Trials of Osiris. Protect your team in this fight. You will need each other. Only one enemy is left.
There you go.
Have been put in their place.
2
Good
Starfire
job.
protocols on a Solar Titan.
Another round begins and your team leads. Good. Only one ally is left. And damn it.
Shit. If he can like survive and res one of us. No. Okay.
Your team has fallen, but you can stand back up. Opponent revived.
I'm just not good with a sniper rifle, or I would be using one.
This tie cannot continue. It's you or them. Fight. Stand alone. Do not give up. 1 minute left, my friend. Only one ally is left.
That autumn wind, goddamn.
The next round will be yours. Sure.
The other guys are dying way too much, man.
The other team is pulling ahead. Stand
They're
in
being
their way.
hyper. You could be aggressive. You just, the only problem is.
Only one ally is left. It is in their hands now. 1 minute left, my friend. The next round will be yours. Show them. Opponent revived.
And one of them came up from behind. I don't know. I feel like sometimes like these guys are. Sometimes these guys are throwing.
So I will not. Go do it.
Shit, dude.
Only one ally is left.
No, we lost this one. He's gonna rush in. Oh shit, he got him.
Round 1. Your team stands tall. Take a moment to breathe.
Messenger. I think I'm not. I think I'm gonna put on the that autumn wind. That autumn wind is. I love my
Relentless.
rapid fire frames. From behind. Yeah. Don't
Only
stand in
one
the same
ally is
spot.
left. It is in their hands. 1 minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left.
No. That was a good try by the
This
Titan.
round is theirs, but you can win the next.
It's that the guy with the sniper rifle. Yeah, this isn't that
Opposing
great.
team is looking to steal victory.
I don't know. Some people like go off on this. I don't think this is a great trials weapon. There's even like certain weapons like in trials, and in other Oh fuck that dude.
Guardian, it is you alone. Be brave. Next time, my friend. Next time.
No.
The light grants second chance. We can always try again. It is our nature.
Let's change this out. This thing is not that good. I was doing better with the fucking. I should just load up dim. I love this little shit, man, on my warlock. It just seems to fit too. Let's see. I need. We can use this. I haven't used the Smite of Marine in a while. It's not that bad. Clearly, I need to craft this. No time. You can get Arbalist. Let's get Autumn Wind. Let's get the Monarch too. Then if I get anything. I don't even think I have the catalyst, right? I don't even have the catalyst for this, I bet. Yeah, I don't. Oh yeah, this thing's useless without the catalyst. I think I can probably farm the catalyst. Let's try to get one more wind in trials. After that, I can just play some videos and then we can, whatchamacallit.
Trials of Osiris.
Oh, he's got the depth version. God damn. We got Shoddy BXR.
You are eager to begin, I can see it. So go then, find them. You are the last. Make them run from you.
Oh my god, the fucking pulse grenade.
Your opponent took the round. Takes the next.
They just, that one guy just like went to the right and he just like went balls to the walls and he probably got sniped.
This score tells only half the story. You tell the rest.
Usually some fuck. Somebody had, the other guy throws a grenade in there or something.
Opponent revived. Only one ally is left. It is in their hands now.
They're gonna rush. I don't know what the other guy to the left was doing.
Round will be yours. Show them.
And like the guy to the left could have like picked me up too when the time dropped the
Does not
barricade.
mean peace. I know this. Soon you will as well.
Dude, I just don't know, man. Dude, drop your barricade down and just drop your barricade. You have to drop. You gotta drop a barricade. He's like right there.
You are back in the fight. 1 minute left, my friend. Opponent revived. Only one enemy is left. Opponent revived. Only one enemy is left. 30 seconds left. Impressive victory.
I don't know if that guy just like gave up because he's like, oh shit.
Opponents have the lead. Take it from them.
Oh, this is perfect. Because then it's all okay.
One minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. Guardian, it is you alone. Be brave. Opponent revived.
Bitches.
Opponents have been put in their place. Good job. Time to break the tie. I cannot wait. Your
Took it.
tie. Crush
I was
them.
gonna go for the revive. I was like, nope, let me go here. He was angry about that.
Only one enemy is left. You have flattened your enemy. Very good. You are back in the fight.
Nice.
You are in the lead. Don't
That guy
slow
was
down.
angry. Oh shit, I thought it was over there. That's my fault.
One minute left, my friend.
Oh fuck. He has like no shields.
You are back in the fight. Opponent revived. Only one enemy is left. Good. Your enemy is down. It is match point. Show your strength. One minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. The match is
Dude,
yours.
the
Celebrate,
bubble
I will
at the
join
end is so broken.
If something comes for our city, it will see you at the gates and know to turn back.
I didn't do anything in that match. That bubble at the end for that is like so broken, dude. Like you have to get like a super to break the bubble. Nova Bomb. Then let's do... I think you just get more if you get 7 wins. Dude, that is so crazy.
Welcome to the trials of Osiris. Guardians, you will pick up fallen friends and put down smug opponents. You are the last. Make them run. One minute left, my friend.
Oh, fuck. Storm grenade.
Don't let this slow you down. Try
Yot
again.
and Yev.
Opponent revived. Opponents have the lead. Take it from
That
them.
kind just went YOLO. Yeah, these guys aren't shit, hung jury.
Only one ally is left.
I got fucking destroyed. God damn, this is 7 passage, huh? You probably, I think I'm going up against other 7 passages.
Your opponents celebrated the lead. Rush their party.
Holy shit.
You are all that's left. This is your fight to win. Guardian, it is you alone. Be brave.
Oh, fuck it. What happened? Did they
Don't
quit?
let this slow you down. Try again.
Oh, don't tell me they disconnected.
Does not mean beat. I know this. Soon you will as well.
Wow. Who is that? Atomic? shit.
It is just you now, friend. Fight until you have nothing left.
Wow.
This round is theirs. You can win the next.
You guys just like throwing right now? Why'd you guys like just throw? So now, so I'm just gonna report them both.
You will not surrender.
Really? So it's Joe Bishop.
Guardian, you alone. Be brave. Next time, my friend. Next time. You lost. It does not matter. Learn from this fight and then fight again. Next time, you will win.
I don't really care, fucking people. Bro, just leave, man. If you can't just leave and like take like this quick, like, I don't know, like the hour suspension or whatever it is, dude. I can't stand that shit. Just because like you're fucking like down by like 2. I hate that shit, dude. People just griefing, man. For no reason. Bro, you just leave, man. I hate that. I gotta change that TTV thing. Yo, Kick is really like Justin TV from like back in the day. It really is. I'm gonna do like a cringe update like after this too, like on Snapchat. I'm really kicking it old school.
Welcome to the Trials of Osiris.
Outbreak funnel conditional. Oh shit, stars. I haven't seen Stars and Shadow here in like forever.
Your life is precious here. You only have one. Be careful.
Okay, so these guys, so nobody is really peeking behind here now. Could be wrong. There we go, Wither Horde. Oh, fuck. Okay. I thought it was...
This round is there. You can win the next.
Yes. None of them, like, went for, like, the point. Yeah. I hate that. It's so strange, like, where these points are spawning, too. It's not, like, in an even spot where both teams can get. I know this is experimental trials.
One minute left, my friend. Opponent revived. It is just you now. Fight until you have nothing left. The next round will be yours.
Do these guys know that they have to that point unlocks?
The other team
Bro,
leads.
is there like more
Motivate.
griefing in like these 7th round, like people who have 7th round cards? Bro, like this point. Dude, that's such a bad barrier, dude. Pick him up, pick him up.
Opponent revived. 1 minute left, my friend. You'll stand alone.
Oh my god, what happened? Oh, fuck me, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking destroyed.
You lost this round. Does not matter. Wins the next one.
I think we're done with trials after this.
You are behind. Be relentless. You are the last. Make them run. This round is
Are you
there.
kidding me?
You can win the next.
I should have jumped over him and shot.
The enemy has match point. You will not surrender.
And he is going to either switch out or he's gonna quit. Dude, why are you putting up your barrier there?
Opponent revived. 1 minute left, my friend. It is just you now. Fight until you have nothing left. They say a baby bird must fall from the nest before it can fly. I do not like this, but it is a good metaphor.
That Titan kept dropping like that barrier, like there in like in that sight line, and I want to be like, yo, dude, like you don't stop dropping your barrier in front of that sight line. I don't know if he's griefing or not. Most of the time too, I think the TTV thing is like telling people it's okay to grief me for like stream, and I'm just like, why are you gonna do that in a trials match? I mean, most people just don't give a shit.
Trials of Osiris.
I gotta get rid of. I think after this, I'm gonna play this video and I'm just gonna like look on my second screen on how to just change it back. And if I have to pay something, I'll go ahead and pay it.
Bring your light to bear, Guardian. Outshine the opposition.
I think people are just attempting to like grief me on purpose. Bro, I'm not even like a shit. That was my. Really? It's the Alu guy? Okay. So now he decides to play well. Get out of that Wither Horde. Behind you guys. Good job.
Only one enemy is left.
I just finished him off.
Back in the fight.
There we go.
Let's crush. Do it again.
GG's, folks. Good job, good job.
You are leading. This
That
is
toaster
your
guy was
fight.
going off. fuck.
ally is left. He's in their hands now.
If I got a more direct shot. That toaster guy was like, he died right there on the point too.
Stand back up.
There's two of them right there. There was two of them on the point.
Hi. No time. You will break
I need like I really do need to
know.
equip like a special weapon or something like that. It's alright, live to fight another day. 2 Arctines. It's a bit of a problem.
Left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. Opponent revived. Only one enemy is left.
And that's Toaster.
Watch you win.
So, just keep Toaster alive. Just keep Toaster alive.
Team has the lead. Hold tight to it.
Toaster's gonna carry us to victory. Oh fuck, from behind.
1 minute left, my friend.
Okay.
Only one enemy is left. Only one ally is left. He's in there.
If you can't pick up Toaster, oh my god, pick up Toaster. No, pick me up, don't pick me up.
You are back in the fight. You are the last. Make them run from you. 30 seconds left. You are all that's left. This is your fight to win. That is the round. I'm giving their ghosts a lot of practice. Your team has the lead. Hold
I was
tight.
hoping, like, I was like, pick up Toaster, man. Toaster's like the guy that is carrying us right now.
You are the last. Make them run.
Fuck.
Don't let this slow you down. Try again.
Okay, I forget the what is it? It's not incinerate, combustion or whatever it's called.
Hold tight.
Make them combustible. Makes them only brings them down to 1 HP. Then you have to finish them yourself. Yeah, what? Okay.
One minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. Your ally is back in the fight. Grenades, punching, bullets everywhere. Guardian, my heart is still racing.
Literally let Toaster. This motherfucker's just carrying the entire team.
This is match point, friend. Give everything.
So, just keep Toaster alive. This is actually a good one. I think we're 50-50 on this point.
One minute left.
Shh.
And this is the game. Very
Yeah. And then Alu guy either disconnected or he like said, "Fuck it, I'm out."
Perhaps they will fare better in his little baby arena.
Yeah, look at this guy. Yeah, that Alu guy like dropped or he got disconnected. All right, let me do a cringe like I'm live on Kick right now, boys. Actually, hold on. Let me play this video because the video's just been like chilling here this entire time. I want to know like how to change my Bungie name.
At the bank.
To this bank, and I was immediately rejected because it asked me what my occupation was, and nothing really fit the bill apart from online entertainer.
No, you don't. You never tell. I know what she's about to say, and I don't know if she's in America or not. You never tell them that like you're a streamer or online entertainer. You tell them that you're a small business that does like entertainment. You're a small business, and they ask you specifically what you are. You're a production company. You're a small online production company. That's it. That does multimedia. That you could say something along the lines. You are a production company that creates media specifically on social media. That's all you have to say. Never tell them. Don't give them like this thing too. You're a production company. You work for you're a small business. You're a production company, and you do online media for online platforms or social media platforms. That's it. And they'll get it too. Same way like you promote like advertising. Yeah, same thing that you see all those advertising you see online. You do shit like that, but you work with like people to like make specific. And you're not far off from that too, especially if you're doing sponsorships. You're not lying to them. You're just not telling them the whole truth.
Is it adult entertainer, adult online entertainer? And I took that and I was like, yeah, that's what I am. I'm an adult and I entertain people online, and then it immediately rejected me.
XQC clicks off video.
That person where I like to wrestle before I'm tied up because
oh my God.
That just brings in more fun.
Yes, oh my God. Pin me down, then tie me up.
Squeak bullied by Dan.
Here with Extra Emily. This is the official time we've met in person.
I'm not gonna analyze the number of hits right there, chat. I'm not gonna analyze it.
Shut up, Dan. Dan thinks he's like, what are you? Dan like acts like a jock, but at the same time he's like does Spelunky 2 runs. You know what I mean? He acts like he's like some big jock, and then he's playing like rogue-like RPGs. Like, what are you talking about? You could pretend like you're some Giga Chat. At the end of the day, you're playing games at Beep and Boop.
I'm not gonna. Squeak's his first hug, chat. It's his first hug, man.
Like, what are you talking about? What are you, my bully?
Have you guys seen my fruit?
Okay, according to Bungie, changing a Bungie name. Players have one Bungie name change. Have one Bungie name change available to them that can be used on Bungie.net following the steps below. Oh my God, I fucked up.
And
in this moment, he knew he
in
fucked up.
Pissed. He's like an old Korean dad. Pissed, dude. He like kicks open the door, and he's like, "Have you guys seen my fruit?" And we kind of panicked, you know, and we like looked at each other like, "Did you eat his apple?" Or we both kind of like looked at each other like, "No, why is he so pissed about his fruit? What's the big deal?" And then he goes, "Oh, there it is." And then he walks over and picks up his flute and walks out the door. And me and Char are like, "Oh, hold it in until he's far enough." Oh my God. And when we like had to explode into laughter. But when we realized what he meant, we both had to be like, "Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh." Like we made eye contact and we're like, "Do not laugh until this guy leaves." Whew. That shit was crazy. He was pissed. "Where's my fruit? Did you eat my..."
XQC watched a Porygon clip that caused epilepsy in children.
Ah! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Jesus!
Jesus! That was...
Squeaks has audio issues.
Week's like married. Or no?
Is there a delay? No, is there an audio delay? Are you doing a bit? No? What are you talking about?
Is he married?
I need to get a job. It's so stupid. How long can I commit to this? I need to get a job so bad. How long can I do this? 3 hours? Stupid. So stupid. So dumb. Okay, back to the video.
Rest in peace!
I'm not gonna lie to you, that is like disgusting. Like, you would be like sticky and shit like the entire time. That would gross me the fuck out. Oh, folks, let me just turn my camera off. I gotta do like the cringe, oh, like I'm live shit. But I'm gonna let the videos play.
We're going to talk now about the right-wing media propaganda cycle. This is not dissimilar to money laundering, in a sense, where the money starts dirty and ends up clean. Maybe not a perfect analogy, but let's think through the cycle. How does the right force nonsense and imaginary issues into what we might call the mainstream of the political media discussion? The first step is get some coverage of your crazy idea or claim somewhere, even if it is not reporting it as if it's true, but reporting that you said it. Either way is good, and it starts the propaganda cycle. So it might start, for example, in a small local news outlet of some kind. Maybe you'll have a local reporter tweeting about it. And often it will come from some kind of small-time news agency, often understaffed. They don't have the resources to fact-check every story. They've got tight deadlines and pressure from editors, so they've got to pump stuff out. So if you can plant a rumor on one of those platforms, you're already well on your way to starting this cycle of right-wing propaganda. And this could be, there are cat litter boxes in the bathrooms at some schools for the students who identify as cats. That's one possibility. Get something written about it somewhere. Get tweets from reporters, even if it's just, it is being claimed that this is going on. The second step is you take those tweets or local news articles or whatever the case may be, and you then use social media to amplify it based on those initial bits of reporting. You use that to generate more attention about it, because as we know, there are so many people on Twitter that if they see Marjorie Taylor Greene or whoever retweet something that says they've got cat litter boxes in schools for students who identify as cats, 95% of the people who see it and retweet it won't check what is the original source. I always tell you, critically analyze primary sources to try to understand what you're being fed. You can use that initial thing to then amplify it on social media, and then it'll take on a life of its own. Social media becomes a great breeding ground for amplifying rumor and conspiracy theory. Even better, if you know how to use bots and trolls, you can get the rumors to spread like wildfire, and before you know it, they've gone viral on Twitter, on Reddit, wherever the case may be. Step 3 is you want to upgrade the credibility of the propaganda through an outlet like maybe an OAN or a Newsmax, with the goal of eventually getting it onto Fox News, where the likes of Tucker Carlson can bring it up, not yet reporting on it, but asking questions, right? And this is a classic propaganda technique. Starts with some local news story based on conjecture, amplified on social media by Republicans, and then Tucker says, listen, we need to be allowed to ask questions about cat litter boxes in school bathrooms. The American people have a right to know about cat litter boxes in bathrooms, and the left doesn't want to talk about it. Well, maybe the left doesn't want to talk about it because there's no evidence. That's the third step in the cycle. We need to be allowed to talk about this. And if you can argue that someone is trying to stop you from talking about it, even better. Then you get to the fourth step, which is sort of what we saw yesterday in the hearing from which we saw clips earlier in the show with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Politicians need to start demanding answers, and maybe they'll hold a hearing. And instead of actually asking questions, they just rant and rant and rant, and it's all because the public has a right to know. And this is where these propaganda stories can really gain momentum. Once politicians get involved in a formal way, the rumor is now a story, even if it was always based on nothing, and the media can't ignore it. In this case, it's about, Mayorkas lied and all these different things. The last step is you cement the rumor for an election cycle by just sort of keeping it going long enough. And that's when it becomes fact in the minds of many people. The longer you can keep it in the news cycle, the more that a large portion of the electorate will believe that it is true. It starts to be referred to as truth, and then it can last an entire election cycle or longer. There are so many causes of this propaganda cycle. But Marjorie Taylor Greene has added this new layer, which is you just yell the conspiracy theories at a witness to whom you're supposed to be asking questions. That is now the epitome of this. So what should we do? What can we do? The most important thing is to understand the cycle. And remember, if everybody understood, critically analyze primary sources before you retweet, before you fall for it, before you start talking about it as if it's truth. If everybody understood that, if we were vigilant, if we actually tried to understand where we are getting these claims from, we would be able to short circuit these propaganda cycles getting going in the first place. Of course, due to a lack of media literacy, hyperpartisanship, and lack of education, literacy, so much ignorance that we see, it's very hard to short circuit it. But this is the anatomy of that cycle. And Marjorie Taylor Greene sort of knows how to take advantage of it, that's for sure. We'll have all of the clips I played today on our Instagram, which you can find at David Pakman Show, and of course on our YouTube channel. Make sure you are subscribed to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/The David Pakman Show.
I'm Ben Meiselas from the Midas Touch Network. So there is one E. Jean Carroll case that is going to trial next week on April 25th for defamation and rape. That case is before Judge Judge Lewis Kaplan in the Southern District of New York, the federal courthouse in Manhattan. But there is also another E. Jean Carroll case. E. Jean Carroll filed two separate lawsuits, E. Jean Carroll 1 and what has been referred to as E. Jean Carroll 2. E. Jean Carroll 2 is the case that is going to trial on April 25th. Now, what about E. Jean Carroll 1? Why is there two E. Jean Carroll cases? But the issue with E. Jean Carroll 1, E. Jean Carroll's first lawsuit, that one has not been set for a trial. That trial date has been vacated while it worked its way through the Court of Appeals, and finally the Second Circuit Court of Appeals made a ruling that is not favorable to Donald Trump, that basically remands or sends the case back to Judge Lewis Kaplan, who's presiding over the E. Jean Carroll 2 case, who previously ruled against Donald Trump on the E. Jean Carroll 1 case, and who has consistently been ruling against Donald Trump in all of Trump's motions in E. Jean Carroll 2. I know it's a little bit complicated, but let me try to unpack all of this information for you. So in 2019, Donald Trump was giving a press conference and also made multiple other statements in other fora to the press that E. Jean Carroll alleged defamed her. Donald Trump made statements that she was lying when she wrote a book accusing Donald Trump of rape, and Donald Trump made a lot of other horrific statements about her, saying that she's not his type, and just other really, really horrific statements. So in 2019, she filed a defamation lawsuit. She was not able to file at that time a lawsuit for sexual assault based on her allegations that Donald Trump raped her in 1995 or 1996 at a Bergdorf Goodman department store in New York, because the statute of limitations had passed. So she files this lawsuit against Donald Trump based on his summer of 2019 statements. She first files it in state court in Manhattan. Donald Trump then removes the case to federal court, and Bill Barr then asserts that the United States should be substituted in. Bill Barr, the former Attorney General, asserts the United States should be substituted in place of Donald Trump, so that the case would now be E. Jean Carroll versus Donald Trump, and this substitution of the United States in place of Donald Trump would be pursuant to what was called the Westfall Act. And the Westfall Act has two parts to determine whether the United States is the appropriate defendant. The first level of inquiry is whether or not the role of the individual being sued, in this case the president, is a government employee. And the second prong of the Westfall Act test is whether or not the statements made or the conduct by that government employee is in the course and scope of that government employee's job title and job duties as a government employee. Now, because the Federal Tort Claims Act doesn't give a plaintiff the right to sue for defamation, if the two prongs of the Westfall Act were satisfied and Bill Barr was able to substitute in the United States in place of Donald Trump's name being sued in his individual capacity for the defamatory statements he made, the case would be automatically dismissed, and there would be full and absolute immunity for a government employee in the course and scope of their employment who's engaged in defamatory conduct. So a motion to dismiss was filed by Donald Trump and Judge Lewis Kaplan in E. Jean Carroll 1. That first case rejected Donald Trump's claim that he was going to substitute in the United States government in place of his name. And Judge Lewis Kaplan found, first, the role of the president is not a government employee within the meaning of the Westfall Act. And in any event, number two, Donald Trump's conduct was not in the course and scope of his employment as a president when he made these defamatory statements about E. Jean Carroll. It's not the type of thing that a president or government employee is supposed to do within their course and scope of employment. So that was the ruling made by Judge Lewis Kaplan. Donald Trump and his lawyers then appealed that ruling to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which oversees the Southern District of New York. And the Second Circuit Court of Appeals analyzed the Westfall Act, and under the first prong of the Westfall Act, whether or not Donald Trump was a government employee, the Second Circuit said yes, he was a government employee. The role of president satisfies what it means to be a government employee under the Westfall Act. But second, whether or not the conduct was in the course and scope of Donald Trump's employment as a government employee when he made these defamatory statements, the Second Circuit says we are not going to opine on that as of yet. We want guidance from the Washington, D.C. District Court of Appeals. So that's not a federal court, that's the highest court within the District of Columbia, almost like a state court, but Washington, D.C. is the district. So the Washington, D.C. District Court of Appeals was asked to to answer a question certified by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. And the Second Circuit Court of Appeals asked this Washington, D.C. Court of Appeals whether they were able to opine whether Trump's conduct took place within the course and scope of his employment. But the second question was if Washington, D.C. Court of Appeals can clarify what the law is about what constitutes working within the scope and course of one's employment and which test should be ultimately used. So the Washington, D.C. Court of Appeals heard oral argument, and ultimately they sent their answer back to the Second Circuit, and they basically said they follow what's called a restatement of torts regarding whether or not conduct falls within the course and scope of someone's employment. And they said that is a very fact-intensive inquiry. And so to answer the other question, Second Circuit Court of Appeals, that you're asking us, because it's such a fact-intensive inquiry, we, the Washington, D.C. Court of Appeals, we don't feel that we are the proper authority to apply the law, this what's called a restatement of torts, regarding what constitutes course and scope of employment as it relates to Donald Trump. So we'll let you know what we think the test was. Here's the test. We follow what's called the restatement of torts, and that is a fact-intensive inquiry. But Second Circuit Court of Appeals, you're going to have to make the determination about whether or not Donald Trump's conduct itself is within the course and scope of its employment. So that's how the Washington, D.C. Court of Appeals answered it. They then sent that question back to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Now, while all of this was going on, what else has occurred?
And now let's take a quick break to talk about our next partner, Fume. Cold turkey, it may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo from your wacky neighbor or some sketchy message board. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume, and they look at the problem in a different way. Now, not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative, award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it. Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Your Fume comes with an adjustable airflow dial and is designed with movable parts and magnets for fidgeting, giving your fingers a lot to do, which is helpful for de-stressing and anxiety while breaking your habit. The first time I used Fume, I was shocked at how flavorful and fresh it tasted. Now, it's easy to hold and perfectly balanced and quite honestly, extremely fun to fidget with. The real wood material and sleek design definitely classes it up, and I feel pretty darn cool holding it. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories, and there's no reason that can't be you. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com and use code MIDAS to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com and use code MIDAS to save an additional 10% off your order today.
Well, in October of 2022, Donald Trump went on his social media platform and essentially said the same defamatory things that he said back in 2019 when he was in office as president, but he now said it when he was not in office. So he cannot claim any protections under the Westfall Act or under immunity within the course and scope of his employment, because now he said all of those same defamatory things on his social media platform, and he no longer holds the office where he could try to invoke this immunity that was subject to all of these appeals. So this whole legal process taking place, Trump just kind of ruined it by posting it on his social media platform in the first place. What else happened in New York? Well, the New York governor signed into law what's called an Adult Survivors Act, which had a 1-year look-back period for victims of sexual assault whose statute of limitations expired. So in New York, if you were a victim of a sexual assault under a new law, if your statute of limitations expired, as E. Jean Carroll's did, because she normally would have had 2 years from 1995 or 96 within which to bring her civil lawsuits, it would have been 97 or 98. But under the new law, you have 1 year to bring your claim regardless of when your claim expired under the statute of limitations if you're a victim of sexual assault. So E. Jean Carroll, as soon as that law went into effect, she filed the case that's now called E. Jean Carroll 2. That's the case that's going to trial on April 25th. And that has a claim of rape in a civil context, but it's still an accusation that Donald Trump raped her back in 1995 and 96. She's allowed to bring that now because she's got this 1-year period under the New York Adult Survivors Act, as well as for the defamation that Donald Trump made on his social media platform in October of 2022. So that's the case that's going to trial April 25th. Well, on Friday, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which now received the answer back from the D.C. Court of Appeals, the District of Columbia Court of Appeals, regarding course and scope of employment, the Second Circuit said, okay, the D.C. Court of Appeals, they answered our question, at least in terms of what they believe the test to be, to determine if the conduct's within the course and scope of employment, but they would not answer the question about whether Donald Trump's conduct was within the course and scope of his employment when he said these alleged defamatory things about E. Jean Carroll. The Second Circuit said, we too, it's not our job as the Court of Appeals in the federal court to make that fact-intensive inquiry, so we are going to send that question back to the district court judge. We're going to send that back to the federal judge. Which federal judge is it? Judge Lewis Kaplan. So ultimately, it's going to be Judge Lewis Kaplan's determination to make. Now, Judge Lewis Kaplan will decide about whether or not there is a factual dispute such that Donald Trump's request to dismiss E. Jean Carroll 1, whether that should be denied. And ultimately, what Judge Lewis Kaplan will find, although the ruling hasn't been made yet, Judge Lewis Kaplan already didn't think the Westfall Act applies to begin with. He didn't think that the conduct was within the course and scope of Donald Trump's employment. So clearly, Judge Lewis Kaplan's going to say that this is a fact-intensive inquiry, and that this cannot be decided as a matter of law at a motion to dismiss phase, and ultimately should be decided by a jury. Okay, so now with E. Jean Carroll 1 and E. Jean Carroll 2, you know the distinctions, but E. Jean Carroll 2 is going to trial. So what's going to happen to E. Jean Carroll 1 now? Well, I think ultimately what happens is E. Jean Carroll 2 goes to trial, and necessarily the outcome of that case is going to become the same outcome of what's going to happen to E. Jean Carroll 1, because if the court or rather, if the jury makes a finding that one, E. Jean Carroll was raped, and two, that Donald Trump's statements were defamatory, that's going to basically answer the questions regarding E. Jean Carroll 1, and E. Jean Carroll will basically get to bring another case before the jury, E. Jean Carroll 1, with a finding already being made by a jury that Donald Trump defamed her. Because again, the defamatory statements in E. Jean Carroll 2 on Trump's social media platform, same statements he made back in 2019 when he said the things at a press conference. So that's why the judge, I think very smartly, phased this with, okay, let's do E. Jean Carroll 2 then, while E. Jean Carroll 1 is in the Court of Appeals. Now, there is perhaps a small possibility that E. Jean Carroll 1 gets merged with E. Jean Carroll 2, although on the eve of trial, I'm not sure how easy that would be to do it. But in any event, the outcome ultimately will be the same. So if E. Jean Carroll 2, what's going to trial, she wins, she's going to win in E. Jean Carroll 1. It's just going to take time for that one to now work its way through the court system. So that's the update. But again, a big important ruling by the Second Circuit, again, a ruling against Donald Trump, where Trump wanted this whole thing, E. Jean Carroll 1, dismissed. That's not going to happen. Now, the impact of the Second Circuit ruling would have been more significant had Donald Trump not defamed E. Jean Carroll again the second time, and the Adult Survivors Act statute not passing. But nonetheless, it's still an important, I think an important ruling, and not a favorable ruling in any sense for Donald Trump. A bad ruling, another bad ruling for Donald Trump, but the right ruling ultimately. Just more losing by Donald Trump. I'm Ben Meiselas from the Midas Touch Network. Thanks for watching. Hey, hit subscribe. We're on our way to 1.5 million subscribers thanks to your incredible support. It's free to subscribe to our YouTube channel, so please hit subscribe. Also, no matter where you get your audio podcasts, so if you use Spotify or Apple or Google Play, wherever you get your podcasts from, if you can subscribe to the Midas Touch podcast as well, that's very helpful. And so please make sure you subscribe there, and it's free. And also, if you want to become a member of the Midas Touch Patreon community, that's how one of the ways we fund this. Go to patreon.com/Midas Touch, patreon.com/Midas Touch. Check it out there, and it does go a long way to help, and no worries if you can't. All right, hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. Thank you so much for watching.
Lock him up. Indictment season is upon us. Celebrate with the new Indictment Season t-shirt and v-neck exclusively at store.MidasTouch.com.
We sexualize these mixed-sex friendships to such a degree that kids start to self-segregate by gender in our society from a really young age, and radicalization is massively aided by that, because if boys don't have close friends who are girls, it's much easier for someone on the internet to convince them all women are like this or like that, whereas if they're thinking, well, hang on a minute, like my really good mate, such and such, isn't like that. You know, that's a really good piece of kind of armor for them to have.
I'm Jon Favreau. Welcome to Offline. My guest today is Laura Bates, founder of the Everyday Sexism Project and author of Men Who Hate Women. We've had a lot of good conversations on this show about the internet's role in fueling all kinds of extremism. But there's one thread through all these conversations that I've wanted to pull on more. The people most driven towards online extremism tend to be men. Laura spent the last decade researching and reporting on the rise of what she calls the manosphere, a vast interconnected online network of incels, men's rights activists, and others who promote misogyny and often encourage violence. In her reporting, Laura has even gone as far as to disguise herself as a man online and infiltrate these communities. Bates' book is a difficult but important read. She'll frequently quote verbatim posts she saw inside these closed communities, unveiling a sinister worldview where women aren't just less equal than men, but less human. Laura joined me to unpack this worldview. And please stick around after the interview. Max Fisher will be joining me again to unpack the last-minute settlement in the Fox News Dominion case and talk about the death of the blue check marks. Here's Laura Bates. Laura Bates, welcome to Offline.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So we've talked a lot on the show about how the internet has helped fuel racism, anti-Semitism, authoritarianism, offline violence. One common thread among the people who get caught up in this online extremism is that they tend to be men. And you've done extensive research and reporting to show that not only is this not an accident, it's increasingly the result of an extreme misogynistic ideology that's all about oppressing women and encouraging and glorifying violence. Can you talk about what led you down this particular rabbit hole?
Sure. So I was aware of these communities and this particular form of extremism from really the beginning of my work in the feminist space, because if you are a woman with a profile, particularly if you're a woman with a, feminist profile working online, working publicly, these people come to you. So from around a decade ago, when I first launched the Everyday Sexism Project, which is simply a space for people to share experiences of gender
I have been muted this entire time. I have been muted this entire fucking time talking. This is embarrassing. As long as the game audio, as long as the audio, you guys can hear the audio, but I've been muted this entire time. For at least a good 30 minutes, I've been muted. Unbelievable. I've been muted this entire fucking time. Okay, so just to recap, the person you're seeing on the left is Jon Favreau. Him and a bunch of other guys, they're part of a group, they're part of a show called Pod Saves America. That's the network they have, very much similar to the Midas Touch, the Liberal Democrats. But these guys used to work for the former Obama administration, I believe, for both terms. Now, John here, he has this show called his Offline Podcast for Pod Saves America. And he does a lot of the cultural stuff that's affecting America. A lot of stuff that he's been talking about lately has been about like radicalization, about like people too. And he brings on like these experts, like this person is here, who has been infiltrating like these incel groups online too. And what I was saying before I realized like I've been muted this entire time has been that, I've been shared like chat logs and emails from like some female online personalities. Won't drop the names of who, but they showed them to me, and it's fucking wild that people think that they can like say this shit to them. Like, it's nuts too. And the thing is, like, it's like from Proton Mail and these other like email servers that or email services rather, where you can't like track really like who sent it to, right? But it's just like, it's nuts, man. It really is nuts, like some of the shit that gets said to them. And it's just like, how do these guys like survive on like a day-to-day basis like this? It's like this, it's comes from a place of like real anger and hatred. I'm just like, what happened in your life? What led to that point? And hopefully she like discusses it here on this show. But it's like, when you read some of this stuff too, or you've seen some of the clips, the images I've been shared of like some of these online forums online, bro, there's like a real hatred of women. And it's just like, yo, where is this coming from, man? Like, this is like genuine hate. Like, this is something like you rarely ever see unless you see it in the movies or TV, you know? This is like genuine hate. And it's just like, dude, how do you survive on a day-to-day basis like with this like level of hate in your life?
Inequality. Within a couple of weeks, I was receiving perhaps on a bad day 200 rape threats and death threats in a day, and that has stopped in the decades since. So an awareness that there were these
that's a lot more common now than ever is before, especially with proliferation of the internet.
And trying to silence women was very much there from the beginning of my work, but for a long time there was this kind of belief that we shouldn't give them the oxygen of publicity. And then what changed for me was that part of my work is going into schools and working with young people about sexual consent, healthy relationships, gender stereotyping, and how it...
I tend to used to believe that too, like you shouldn't give light to this stuff too, but I have found out, I have learned like more often than not, I think that you need to talk about it and be open, and you need to like bring this stuff up, because if you allow these people to like kind of air their grievances out, everybody else is gonna realize like how fucking nuts they are. You know what I mean? Like, the more you let like Andrew Tate talk, the more like the normies out there are gonna be like, yo, this guy's like nuts. Like, he might say some things too. This is something that Papa Gut says too. Like, these guys like talk about like, men, you need to get into shape, you need to like get on the grind set, but they never give you like a guide. So okay, so what do you do at the gym? They don't tell you anything. So what do you do at the gym? They don't tell you anything. Right? They just tell you to do it. I'm like, okay, yeah, you should do it. You should go to the gym. You should work out. We mostly live like sedentary lives. Like, I'm here like playing a video game and streaming, and then I go home, then I go to work and work in an office for 6 to 8 hours a day. You know, but I still work out. I still go out for walks. I still go out for a run. Especially now, because it's like really nice out too. Like, you should do those things too, because you're not working on a field anymore. You know what I mean? So, like, that stuff is great enough, but they don't tell you specifically what should you be doing at the gym. What are my goals? You know, they don't go into any specifics. They give you like this broad advice, bro. You can Google that advice, but like, they're not telling you anything that's like legendary. But what sells people is the fact that they live a lifestyle that people want. And they look at them and say, I want to look like that. I want to have those women around me. I want the Bugattis. I want the private planes and stuff like that too. But that lifestyle's not for everybody. And now more and more, as you learn like how he obtained that lifestyle, you know, how Andrew Tate allegedly, I'll say that too, allegedly obtained that lifestyle. Maybe, I don't think people are willing and able to do that stuff too. There's still some questions about like what happened on Big Brother when he was on Big Brother 2. That's still not clear to me. I've looked into that too, and there's really nothing like going on about that too. And I wonder if there was like some funny stuff happening like behind the scenes. Those were the rumors, but nothing's been proven. But it's just the lifestyle that they're preaching. It's not going to lead you to like a happy life too. And I really question like the mentality these guys have too. And there's something that Destiny said post one of his he was on Fresh and Fit, one of those times he was on Fresh and Fit, he came out and he came to a conclusion, and I think it was the episode when Abba was there from Abba and Preach. Y'all know who that is. And I think Abba was on that stream, and Abba was asking about like their worldview and how the treatment of women. And he came out and he just said it. He was like, it was very enlightening. And he said specifically, I don't think those guys believe in love. That a man can love a woman. I just don't think they believe in that concept. But they'll never air it, because you know how that sounds? Like, you can't love a woman. Like, women are like items. Like Like I'll show you one of my watches. One of my favorite watches. It's not even. I got this on sale for like $75 on like Amazon. This is my Citizens watch. It's like, I love this watch. It's so simple. It's so clean. It's so very comfortable too. I don't even wear watches like that much anymore. But I love this watch. And they love women like I love this watch. If I lost this watch, I'll be a little upset about it, but I'm not gonna like cry river. I can always get another watch just like this too. And that's how they think about women. Like, if you really love someone, like if you love your wife, you love your child, that person is indispensable to you. Nothing will ever replace that person. But they love women like I love this watch. They might be sad for like a day, but they can go out and get another one. That's how they view women. And that's sad, man. That's a sad way to live your life. And that's not a healthy way to live your life too. When you treat people like you would treat like a car or like a watch. Okay, all right. Mets tying it up 4-4.
Alvarez. This one to left, fairly deep. Yastrzemski goes back to the wall, turns, gone! Francisco Alvarez. First extra base hit for a Met catcher, and a home run for Alvarez.
There you go, Alvarez. I'm like tuning in and out. I was watching the Knicks beat the Cavs up 3-1, baby. Great job.
You know, hurts kids of all genders and so on. And a few years ago, there was a real shift in the attitudes of the young people I was working with, particularly young men, who were coming to sessions with some real misinformation that was quite deeply ingrained. So they were coming out with, you know, feminism is an anti-men conspiracy theory, the gender pay gap is a myth, Me Too is a witch hunt, good men are losing their jobs, white men are the real oppressed minority these days, and so on. And I really recognized some
These
of
are all common, and they're all linked in like the conservative movement too. Like these, what are you gonna notice with a lot of these? Oh, the mustache is like insane right now. What you're gonna notice about a lot of these conspiracy theories too is like they're all like linked in like the conservative movement. Like this isn't just like linked in like in the manosphere too. I hear these same things like over with like Republicans too. White men are the real oppressed one. Like the gender pay gap isn't real. It's all linked together. It's all like one big movement, and conservatives, especially the people in power, and I'm blaming the people in power specifically, they use these conspiracies to fuel their base, to come out and vote and then do like horrible things. They don't say it specifically, but they kind of want them to do it, in my opinion. And then they'll say like, oh, that's not the real Republican, that's not a real conservative person, but they'll gladly like glee behind the scenes that like this LGBT person was like murdered or like whatever, you know, or like this abortion clinic was destroyed. This is all part of like conservative culture nowadays. They use like fear, and they're willing to use violence to get what they want. And it's all interconnected. It is all interconnected. Whatever like conservatism used to be in this country is long dead. And even back then it wasn't that great, in my opinion. But now it's just conspiracy filled people who are willing to use violence to get what they want just because they know they can.
Kind of fake statistics and the arguments they were using from these online spaces. And at that point I realized this was a kind of radicalization that was happening very effectively but almost completely under the radar. At that point, if you talked about incels, you know, when I was researching the book, people asked, is that a kind of battery? Like, people just hadn't heard of this at all. And so it meant that actually I thought at that point we did need to talk about it because it was reaching kids in a really effective way. And if as a society we weren't aware of it as a form of radicalization, then it meant that we weren't able to support young people when they were confronted by it.
I want to sort of define the different groups that make up these sort of online communities that you've discovered. I had heard about incels. I'll admit I had never heard the term manosphere until I read your writing. Can you explain the manosphere for people who might not know?
Yes, so this is the name that has been given, not by me, but kind of by researchers to this particular online ecosystem, if you like. And I think what you can say that unites all the different communities within the manosphere is that they all take as their starting point the idea of taking the red pill, which is...
Let me just hold on. I want to show you guys something too. This is something like Destiny and Farha. Like, I think they did a book review, like a very half jokingly like book review. It's on Amazon right now. This is from Myron Gaines. He's fresh and fit. So let me show you the book that he wrote. This is not like free. It's out there. I'm not like promoting it or anything like that. Literally, the book is Why Women Deserve Less. Every man alive today faces a paradox. Your hardwired biological program is screaming at you to get girls, get laid, and early start a family. However, today's woman could not be less interested in today's man. Look at the loaded language he's using to like promote this book. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, man. The Tate Bible, the Rational Male. This is like nuts, man. All this shit is nuts. Tony Desson. By the way, these are all like fans of like Myron. Let's see. We'll have to read all things. How we men really have. Great book about modern dating. Jesus. Through his There's actually a good way of putting it too. It's very transactional in the manosphere too, how they treat women. It's just like they treat it like an object. It's like you're going out, like you're going to a dealership and like you get in your car, right? And it's just okay. That's just like how it is too. I will not be buying. No, I will not be buying that book.
Which is an analogy borrowed from the Matrix, that they're kind of seeing the world as it truly is.
Like the irony between like the manosphere and like the red pill, and like how like two trans women like created that. Look, at the time they didn't transition. I think they were having like thoughts and discussions about it, and not feeling that the body they were born in was the body that they should be in too. But they both transitioned like much later on after like the Matrix. But I think one at the time one of the brothers did, and then the other brother did realize like they that they were like trans as well. But the irony behind that's hilarious too. And if you really think about it too, and you have to I didn't think about it too because I really thought like Neo was like, and I think in part two was like this like Jesus metaphor about Jesus and whatnot, like this savior and this Messiah too. But it is about this like trans like rebirth too. Because there's like trans ideology sprinkled all through, especially in the second and third one too, in regards to like trans ideology and like in the Matrix too. So I find it kind of ironic too. But that's something the right does like very well too. They kind of appropriate like things, like whether it's Black Lives Matter, whether it's like, you know, we're the Freedom Party, we're the democracy loving party. They tend to like absorb these things and appropriate these things and make it their own, but they don't really believe in those things. And like people on the left, we think it's cringe to like America, to like democracy, to, you know, think freedom is a good thing. I think that's the wrong message. I like freedom. I like America. It has its faults, but I'm honest though, it has its faults. I like freedom. I don't think the country's racist. I think we're actually more progressive than we've ever been before too. And I think that when you say the opposite, like things like Hassan, like Mike from PA, and all these like far left people say it too, and I think I'm on the left too, but they think that like I'm on the right. I know that for a fact. When I go into some of these communities, they think I'm a fucking righty. But that's the wrong message to like say. You should like freedom. You should like democracy. You should like the fact that America succeeds. But the thing is, you should hold America to a higher standard. We want people to be at the standard that we're at too, but we should hold ourselves to a higher standard. I always tell people, the founding fathers were not perfect people in search of imagination, but their ideas were good. There's one idea about the more perfect union. The idea behind the more perfect union was the union was never going to be perfect, but you strive for perfection because it is in that journey, it is in that striving for the perfect union where you grow and change and you make the country better and you push the country forward. And I think that's what we should, and that's the message that we should be looking for. We're on the left. America is a good country. It's a great country. You live here, you take advantage of everything that it gives you too. That includes everybody on the left too. Everybody on the left who lives in America, you're clearly doing pretty well for yourself. Okay? But you should hold this country accountable for its past wrongs and its current wrongs and any future wrongs that it does too, and expect better from our leadership, and expect better from people who are not only our actual leaders, political leaders, but our cultural leaders as well. That's fine, and I think that's fair too. So we shouldn't cede ground to all this stuff that the right like has appropriated. This is our stuff. We believe in it too. America can be cringe, but it's also really good. Freedom is a good thing. And the people on this side of the aisle, on the left side of the aisle, we want freedom. We actually want freedom. We don't care that you get an abortion. The Roe standard is the best standard right now for where people are at, too. I want trans individuals to participate in sports, too. However, I do understand, too, that someone who has gone through, like, male puberty, and I respect Leah Thomas, maybe she should not have been competing with her fellow female athletes because she already went through male puberty. And when I saw some of those races of hers, she just dominated. By the way, she got denied participating in the Olympics because of that reason, because she went through male puberty too. So maybe we need to allow the scientists and the doctors in the sports community to make those guidelines, because they're the ones best served in determining whether or not a trans person should be able to play with other people of the gender that they have chosen for them, they have now transitioned into or chosen for themselves, or whatever the appropriate rhetoric is. Like those are that's fair. I think that's fair and that's balanced too. And I've talked about that multiple times too. So I don't like to cede ground to conservatives about these things too. We should be the party of freedom, the Democrats and people on the left. We're the people of freedom. We want the best things for you too. But we think that like the government can help you out with these things too. But we also understand too that capitalism is not going to go anywhere too. But we think capitalism should be regulated. Okay? And a little bit more regulated than the way it is now, because the capitalism right now is not to the benefit of you too. I got no problem with people wanting to push for socialism, but you have to set the groundwork for it too. You want the light switch to go on and off for like capitalism, socialism right now. That's not going to happen. What you have is a dimmer. Okay? If you want to dim capitalism, you need to set the groundwork for socialism too. So we'll work at this. That's why I say work on the state and local level too. State and local level, it has a more of an immediate impact on people's lives. And economic populism, I think, is the gateway to that too, because people are populist when it comes down to economics too. However, you need to sell that to them too and give them like something like they can sink their teeth into.
And what they
don't get bogged down in the culture war stuff, but you shouldn't like shy away from it too. And you can attack the rights points on the culture war talking points in a logical manner. So I'm like against like the banning and all that stuff too, because I used to think that was okay. But let me tell you something: these guys just go to these alt platforms, and these alt platforms just get controlled by them, like the Rumbles, the BitChutes and all that stuff too. And even like Kick, not so much too. That's why I'm like streaming on Kick too. I'm trying to be the IRI on Kick, but I need to like grow. And like that's why I like watching these videos and commenting on these videos too, because this is important stuff to talk about, because this is seeding into our actual political life too. The stuff that used to be on YouTube and on streams is now being talked about on presidential stages, on debate stages across the country, at the state and local, and even at the federal level too now. And we need to be able to push back on this stuff too and bring to light how all these talking points are bullshit.
claim to see is a kind of inversion of oppression.
Vote
So
Democrat,
men
folks,
are the real
2024.
oppressed minority,
As cringe
women
as they
have
can be,
sexual freedom, economic
you got good people in that party that try to make some real
increasingly
changes.
oppressed by feminist gains, but then within that kind of base system, there's then different ideologies that grow from that across a kind of loosely connected network of blogs, websites, forums, members groups, social media platforms, Reddit threads, vlogs, you name it. So within that, you have your incels, who are men who describe themselves as involuntary celibates. They're not having sex and they want to be. They're obsessed with the idea that women owe them sex and that women should be punished and forced to have sex with them. And they really incite offline physical and sexual violence against women. But you also have men going their own way, or so-called MGTOWs, who think that women are so dangerous, false rape allegations are so rife that the only solution is for men to cut women out of their lives altogether. You have so-called men's rights activists who kind of have this veneer of public respectability because they claim to be fighting for issues that affect men, but in reality they are very much focused on fighting against women and feminism, and they really undermine and don't support men with the issues that they're facing because they double down on the kind of stereotypes that we know are hurting men. And then you have pickup artists, which are again a kind of related group.
That's my
in terms of
generation
kind
right
of
there.
Seeing women as a kind of sexual prey, objectifying and dehumanizing them. So if incels believe that the sexual marketplace, as they call it, is rigged, they see women as kind of slot machines that will never pay out for them, then pickup artists think that there is a set formula that you can learn, that anyone can learn.
It's a good way of putting
If you push
it.
the right buttons and say exactly the right catchphrases, you can make the machine pay out every time. So it's all based on this kind of dehumanization of women, but from within that, it's then quite a diverse group of communities.
And can you talk about how the incel community has evolved over time? Because I read in your writing that it does, it started relatively harmlessly and then it sort of grew into a much more dangerous community.
That's right. So originally in the kind of early 90s, it was a Canadian woman called Alana who started a very small online community for what she described at the time as incels, with a V in the middle that's now been dropped. And it was a benign, supportive community for people of any gender who hadn't had luck in finding a relationship, to talk about their experiences, to support each other. It was a small community, and she eventually found a relationship and moved away from that community. And then I think some kind of 20 years later, she was in a bookstore looking through a magazine when she saw an article about Elliot Rodger, who had committed a massacre in Santa Barbara, California, where he had murdered, I think he murdered 6 people and injured another 10 in the name of this so-called incel movement. And it was a complete shock to her to see what it had morphed into. So the incel movement today would not include women. They would not accept the idea that women could be involuntarily celibate. But more than that, it is not, as it's sometimes portrayed, a supportive, kind online community for lonely men that's been misinterpreted and maligned. It is a community that is violently misogynistic, and it isn't supportive of men. It is, men often egging each other on to kill themselves. So it's kind of bad for everyone now.
Can you talk a little bit about the scale of the problem and the direction it's been heading? Because I think I'm holding a couple different ideas in my head. You have 2017, it's sort of the Me Too movement, and there's a feeling that maybe things are getting better. And now we're living in you got Andrew Tate and you got Jordan Peterson, and it seems to be getting much worse. And that's just.
And ultimately, these guys come to light and not just hiding behind the shadow that is social media is I think ultimately a good thing too, because then the normies now are learning about these people, and they're like, oh shit, this is bad. We got to put a stop to this too. We need to actually address it too, because a lot of this stuff, it shouldn't just be reserved to the online world, because ultimately it doesn't serve anyone when it's just online too, and then people get slowly radicalized, especially young people, because guess what, young people are going to take over the world, and all of them are incels, and they fall into conspiracy theories, and they fall into these counterculture movements, where some counterculture movements are based, the punk movement back in the day. But these other counterculture movements are not good things. They ultimately like tear people apart, destroy families, and create a generation of men that are gonna do like bad things, not just to women, but like to like people around them generally too. These are young, violent men that needs like some direction in their life too. And generally speaking, we need to get them when they're young too, and teach them a better way and give them options too. A lot of this does like start with like economic depression, like as well. Like I imagine like sometimes if you really like start talking to these young men, you talk about their background, they're probably not coming from like the happiest of places too. You know what I mean? So they need an outlet. And if they have like no out, right, they're going to gravitate to people who say they have the answers for them. But at the end of the day, they just they're using them as a piggy bank. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But it doesn't have to be. That's all I'm saying.
On the surface, and clearly your work has been underneath the surface in these sort of online spaces where it's really this kind of misogyny is running rampant and getting quite dangerous.
Yeah, so these spaces have, of course, predated the kind of mainstream iteration of the Me Too movement, but I think we've certainly seen them
I got the
swell
masterwork.
in recent years. So, for example, UK visits to the biggest incel websites have increased around 5-fold in the last year or so alone. These are now increasingly sized communities. So some of the biggest incel forums, for example, have between 10 and 30,000 registered users, which doesn't include the number of people that are, following, interacting, reading them. What we've seen is that in the last 10 years, over 100 people have been murdered or seriously injured by men explicitly acting in the name of these communities. So men like Elliot Rodger, but also men like Alec Manassian, the Toronto van attacker, or of course, most recently here in the UK, Jake Davison, who committed the biggest mass shooting that we've seen in a decade, who was heavily involved in incel websites online. What we've seen in terms of a correlation with Me Too, I would say, is a really cynical and deliberate manipulation of public response and misinformation to try and present Me Too as a threat to men and to capitalize on it as a means of recruitment. And that's often aided by the mainstream media and the way in which it's approached Me Too. So, for example, we have had mainstream radio programs, TV programs asking, is Me Too a witch hunt? Are women hysterical? Can men even talk to women in the workplace anymore? And all of that kind of eases open that sort of Overton window of discourse. So if you're a kid and you hear that on the radio and then someone online tells you that Me Too is coming for all men's jobs, it seems that little bit less extreme because we're hearing, men like Donald Trump talking about this stuff quite openly. And so that has facilitated, I would say, this radicalization.
Yeah, it seems like there's a broader permission structure granted by people like Trump, by some of the media highlighted backlash to Me Too that then makes it easier to sort of go down these rabbit holes. You went down one of these rabbit holes. You infiltrated some of these online extremist groups by creating a fake identity, a man named Alex. What was Alex like? Like, what kind of things did you have him say to earn the trust of men in these groups? And I'm just really interested in sort of what you experienced, from the top of the funnel getting until we got down deeper into this.
So Alex would have seen himself as a very kind of normal guy. He was in his early 20s, white, university educated, and he had this kind of slight sense of resentment at the idea that a lot of the media seemed to be calling him privileged, calling him part of the problem, when actually, he didn't have a great time with women. He saw himself as kind of struggling a bit financially. And so it was quite appealing to him to kind of look at first at quite surface level on some of these social media platforms, YouTube, for example, at some of these kind of videos, viral YouTube videos about feminists being taken down, their arguments being obliterated. And then, of course, without me going looking for anything more extreme, the YouTube algorithm would serve up incrementally more extreme content.
Yes.
And then at a certain point, you get directed by somebody in the comments with a link to, say, a bodybuilding forum, real men look like this. If you don't want any problems with women anymore, go here. And then from from there, you kind of end up with someone who, in the comments, there was a 14-year-old boy in one of those threads on the bodybuilding forum who said, there's a girl I kind of like in my class. I'm not quite sure, how to approach her. And the first comment was rape it, and a link to a pickup forum. And so it's kind of gradual, and it's often presented at first as banter and jokes. And Alex was kind of seeing himself as being ironic originally, it's just banter, none of us really mean this. And it's this very slippery slope where it's really hard to put your finger on the point where it stops being a joke, it stops being ironic. But by the time it does, you're kind of desensitized. And a lot of the guys I spoke to who had been involved in these communities and weren't anymore said they were so young.
It's
and
gradual,
it started
folks.
So kind of generically on 4chan or on Reddit. By the time they reached these more extreme corners of the internet, they were so used to it. It was so desensitized to misogyny, to the language that these sites used. And that was a language that I had to learn in order to kind of, get along and assimilate into these environments. So you don't use the word woman really ever in these sites, for example, which are all about women, because you would use words like foid, which means female humanoid, which kind of gives you a sense of how little they see women as human beings. Or you'd be using a term like a roasty, which is a term that they use for women they consider to be too promiscuous. There's a lot of kind of pseudo-scientific nonsense. So there's a lot of quite kind of scientific language that's mixed up in there as well. They want to create this idea that this is a really kind of scientific, in-depth worldview, when the reality is, of course, that it is just based on extreme misogyny.
It's wild too, because on the surface, for people who haven't gone down these rabbit holes to these and experienced these more extreme groups, the whole like, oh, this is just a joke thing is pervasive.
Yeah.
And so if you haven't spent a lot of time watching people get more and more and more extreme, I can see why it's easier for a lot of people to think, oh, well, yeah, that's a offensive joke, it's tasteless, but it seems like these guys are just a bunch of idiots joking around. I mean, it's also like a microcosm of sort of what, or the best example of this here in the US is the whole Trump phenomenon, right? Which is like, he's just joking, his people are just joking, should you take him literally or should you take him seriously? Oh, whatever. He's just a performer, and then suddenly it becomes very real and very scary. Pretty fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually that's why I had some tension with my publishers, where I had to fight quite hard to be allowed to include in the book some of the direct quotes from the forums, because I think they felt it was incredibly hard-hitting, and that it would have been easier on the reader to kind of paraphrase, to hint at what was being said. But it was so important for me that people recognized we're not talking about a few off-color jokes, like no feminist in the world is up in arms wasting their time trying to stop guys from joking on the internet. That's not what this is. This was a school shooting, and they were sharing the video and complaining that there wasn't audio because they wanted to hear the girls scream as they died.
Oh my God.
There was a school shooting during the time I was researching
Jesus
the book,
Christ.
and there were rumors going around online that the shooter had apparently asked out a girl at the school and she'd rejected him, and these guys were celebrating this massacre, and they were putting online comments like, I hope he raped her first so that she died knowing that the man she rejected had been inside her. It's that level of misogyny, it's that level of vitriol. There was a day when I was researching and I came across a whole website within one of these sites that was just men purely focusing on together kind of fantasizing and competing for the worst ways that they could imagine raping me, murdering me specifically. They were talking about using pieces of furniture to give me internal injuries. This isn't, a few off-color jokes. And these guys were actively and explicitly saying when there was a shooting, this is how you should have done it differently. This is how you could get a higher body count. This is how you could have got more women in the victims. This is what you should do if you're going to do this next. And you have guys on these sites saying things like, I'm giving up, life is so awful. And the response from other guys is, don't waste it by just taking your own life, take some voids down with you. They are actively inciting offline attacks and massacres, and I think that's what people don't understand.
Just ask you a personal question, like how difficult was it for you to constantly inhabit
Dude,
this
that's
world
like the thing is like they mean it too. They're not like joking around. This isn't like, oh, we need to have like an outlet. Like these sites, like they do mean
I
it.
did find it really hard. It was a kind of very intense kind of 18 months to 2 years when I was really in it every day. there were days when I had to just turn off my laptop and cry. There were days when I felt really, it was very, very bleak. And what was hard was that after the book came out and after the research was finished, I wasn't able to then just kind of step away from it, because then the threats started, and the guys in the forums where I'd been undercover were posting messages in threads that I'd been in saying, which one of you bleep is Laura Bates, with like pictures of machetes and guns, and the police then came and looked at a lot of the threats and said that they were credible and came and installed panic alarms in my home and all sorts of things. So it follows you. I think there is a real toll to doing this work, both mentally, because there are things that you've kind of seen that you can't unsee, but also in terms of physical threats, because there are members of these groups who have, for example, in the case of a judge who was involved in a legal case with someone who'd been a member of these groups, and they took against her, decided that she was a feminist and she was deliberately slowing down the case, and they disguised themselves as UPS drivers and turned up at her house and opened fire and murdered her husband and seriously injured her son. So you do think about it, and it does follow you, and it does come at a cost.
You write in your book, Men Who Hate Women, quote, "It doesn't all look like terrorism, murder, violence, or even misogyny on the surface." What does it look like on the surface? We talked a bit about sort of this is just a joke. How else does it sort of manifest itself on the surface level?
So it's a continuum, and it's very deliberately a continuum. So the guys who kind of run these websites and who are active in this sphere, they talk about what they describe in their own words as adding cherry flavor to children's medicine. And what they mean by that is targeting boys as young as 10, not using websites that say you're an incel and you hate women, but using memes, using GIFs, using cultural touch points, using kind of viral Instagram images. So it's not kind of a starting point of a 10-year-old boy typing in "I hate women." It's a starting point that he's on social media and something pops up on his feed, and it's a cartoon that says women deserve equal rights and lefts. Or it's a picture of a woman covered in blood at the bottom of the stairs and it says, "Now walk it off and get back to the kitchen." Or it's a picture of a kind of 1950s housewife and of a heavily tattooed woman with her head shaved and piercings, and it says 1950s 2020 thanks feminism. It's these kind of packages, I suppose, that disguise misogyny and the starting points of misogyny as jokes and memes and banter, and it's really deliberately done so that young people can be consuming this content without necessarily seeing it for what it is. So a lot of the kids in school who are regurgitating this content to me wouldn't necessarily have ever heard of men's rights activism or what the word incel means, and you can see that in the general public as well. So obviously these guys who are actively paid up members of these websites might be a tiny minority, but 27% of American men now say that they wouldn't have a one-to-one meeting with a woman in the workplace. So that idea that false allegations are so rife that men's careers are being ruined by them has taken hold really effectively. 1/5 of young men in Spain aged between 16 and 21 think that gender-based violence is an ideological invention. Those are pretty big numbers. So the ideology is kind of smuggled downstream in the kind of guise of these jokes and banter and memes and so on.
Do the men who become radicalized tend to share certain characteristics? I'm trying to figure out, are they more prone to this kind of extreme misogyny because of existing violent and antisocial tendencies, or are there plenty of fairly well-adjusted men who get sucked into? Because just hearing it, it's so, it's so foreign to me. I can't even get my mind to even go towards any of those places, and I'm just I wonder how much is the person and how much is sort of the route to extremism that you see online, which I know is the question that we ask for all of these radicalization tendencies.
It's very, very varied, and that's really important to say. It's not a monolithic group. People kind of often sort of think that they can simplify it. People say these are mainly guys who are out of work or this or that. The reality is that there are some men who feel a sense of kind of aggrieved entitlement, that they feel that they're entitled to something that they've been denied, and that might be around sex. It might be around the idea that women are taking their jobs. But in where we can look at demographics, and to be honest, honest with you, there isn't much data. Nobody can say for sure. But what we can see is that there is a significant sort of group within this community who are white, college-educated young men. So the idea that these are kind of, really kind of down and out guys who are desperate and really down on their luck and vulnerable doesn't tally up. Where men have been unmasked as having been members of these community, there are examples of guys who, for example, one who was running one of these websites where he was online writing about how rape is all bad because at least the rapist enjoys it and all women have a rape fantasy. Offline, he was a serving Republican politician. We've got members, MPs in the UK, members of our government who are actively kind of speaking at men's rights conferences. You've got guys being unmasked as trolls who sent thousands of hugely misogynistic, abusive messages to women online, and they're, accountants who coach their kids' football teams. So the idea that it's any one kind of specific type of person, or that these guys are all kind of living under rocks with no offline influence, definitely.
That's true.
Offline is brought to you by Jack.
That is
Did you
true.
know that many skincare brands use chemicals like phthalates, sulfates, parabens, and synthetic fragrance? Me neither, but Jackfur would never. Jackfur makes clean skincare for men. Jackfur products are always EWG verified, 70% organic and vegan certified, and most importantly, the products are effective. Instead of chemicals, Jackfur uses plant-derived active ingredients like organic cucumber extract and microalgae to help hydrate the skin and strengthen its natural moisture barrier. Make the switch to Jackfur today. Your body will thank you. Yeah, that's a lot of words just to say these are great products.
Yeah, really. I really like the daily face moisturizer.
I've been using the face moisturizer, I've been using the cleanser at night, and I've been using the shaving cream to shave every morning. So, Jackfur everywhere. That's it. Yeah, and it's great. I highly recommend it. Head on over to jackfur.com and use
Shit, I need to hurry this up. Damn, I didn't realize it was like this many bad guys here.
And use code OFFLINE for 30% off just for Offline with John Favreau listeners. That's jackfir.com and use code OFFLINE at checkout. Offline's brought to you by Cariuma, cool sustainable sneaker company loved by skaters, surfers, and celebs. Cariuma is a B Corp certified company known for their reforestation program and consciously crafted kicks. Every sustainable made sneaker sold plants 2 trees in the Brazilian rainforest. Sneakers that plant trees. Can you say that about any of your other shoes?
No.
See, there you go. Starting April 22nd through April 30th, they're upping their efforts in celebration of Earth Day /month and planting 10 trees. That's right, 10 trees for every pair sold. If new shoes have been on your mind, now's the time to get that fresh pair of kicks in time for spring. Reforestation program is run by Cariuma's own team.
Okay, so they just like keep spawning.
Overall reforestation of the Brazilian rainforest. How about that? If you're in search of a good-looking, ultra-comfy, and consciously crafted sneaker to sport this spring season, look no further. With over 33,000 5-star reviews and having just cleared a 77,000-person waitlist, Akalo is all the rave, and for a reason. Made with durable organic cotton canvas, these versatile kicks come in a selection of colors and prints to fit any personality. Even Ashton Kutcher is a fan. You know how that guy can get.
You know how he is about his shoes.
Mm-hmm. Invest in our planet and plant trees with Snoopy. Hence this Earth Day with Cariuma's limited edition collaboration with Peanuts, with depictions of Snoopy and Woodstock planting trees and admiring the Earth. These shoes are the perfect wearable reminder to treat our home with tender loving care this Earth Day and beyond.
Woodstock's got to be one of the cooler silent characters. Cartoons.
I agree. I was going to start talking about other Peanuts characters, but I've screwed this up before in the so I'm just going to stand back and tell you that I love Cariuma shoes. Recently got 2 new pairs for the spring, and wearing them right now. In fact, they're as comfy as ever. For a limited time, Offline listeners can get an exclusive 15% off your pair of Cariuma sneakers.
Nice.
Go to cariuma.com/offline to get 15% off. That's cariuma.com/offline for 15% off.
Why am I not getting the stat bumps for like mobility?
Have you ever wished that you had a whiter and brighter smile? Well, before you visit a dentist, you should know that their whitening treatments can be very expensive, and it's not just the price. You got to book the appointment, schedule time away from work, sit in a dentist chair, and
With the
it can
Range
also be
Master
painful.
work.
Very painful.
And no one wants that.
No.
But the good news is you can now try Smile Actives at home or anywhere, anytime. They offer a safe and affordable alternative to those expensive whitening products. All you do is you add their Pro Whitening Gel to your regular toothpaste. It's been formulated with PolyClean technology to boost stain removal and deliver active whitening ingredients into teeth's grooves and crannies to get better whitening. So no change in your routine, no extra time, yet people will start commenting on your whiter, brighter smile in just days. 97% of Smile Actives users in a clinical trial reported up to 6 shades whiter on average, all within 30 days. Love Smile Active. Used it this morning. We'll use it again tonight. Use it all the time.
Me too.
It's the easiest thing you'll use. Part of your routine, and your teeth get whiter. You really can't lose with this. Visit smileactives.com/offline today to receive our special buy one get one free offer with auto delivery and free shipping and handling. That's smileactives.com/offline. Terms and conditions apply. See site for details.
I gotta eat something soon.
I want to ask you about how these incel communities and the broader manosphere are affecting women, especially young women who now live most of their lives online. We talked about some of the more extreme examples of how it can affect women, but like, what's it like to be a teenage girl in this online era?
I think it's incredibly difficult, and I think we just don't necessarily recognize it because we're living in a unique moment that has never happened before in history and will never happen again, that we somehow just never really talk about, which is a moment where a generation of digital natives are being parented and educated by a generation who are not digital natives. And that's a culture divide that is absolutely massive. So where grown-ups think of YouTube as the home of, grumpy cat videos and movie trailers, for kids, it's what they consider their primary news source. That's a massive difference in perspective.
Yes, that's
when
true.
When you talk about online porn to some parents and carers and teachers, they think you're kind of talking about an online version of the FHM or Playboy centerfolds of their youth. But actually for kids today, the online porn that we know that 60% of them have seen by the age of 14 is showing women being brutalized. It's showing women being raped, being coerced, being humiliated and degraded and hurt. And so you're going to schools and hearing 13-year-old girls saying, I'm scared to have sex because I know that the women have to be crying and hurting. I was in a school where they'd had a rape case involving a 14-year-old boy, and a teacher said to me that she had asked him, why didn't you stop when she started crying? And he said, because it's normal for girls to cry during sex, because that's what he'd seen online. So the impact of this is massive, and it's not just anecdotal. Here in the UK, for example, 1/3 of teenage girls say that they experience unwanted sexual touching at school. We know that 1 rape per day of the school term on average is being reported from inside UK schools to the police in the UK. And so I think what we're seeing is an impact of something that we're not accurately measuring, because even when somebody actively commits a massacre in the name of incel ideology, like Alec Manassian in the case of the Toronto van attack, the media doesn't describe it as terrorism or extremism. They are not tried by the justice system as terrorism. So if even in the most extreme cases we don't make that link, we're definitely not making the link with the potentially tens or hundreds of thousands of teenage girls who are facing harassment or misogyny that might be coming from boys who've been swept up in this movement. We just don't know. Nobody's really talking about it.
I do think the point you've made about the generation gap here is so important, and something I feel doing this show, because like I'm a millennial, right? And so not a digital native, but also young enough to sort of understand how much the online era has taken hold of so many people's lives, and you feel yourself in sort of this interesting middle ground where you don't quite understand the lives of digital natives, but you also understand that generations older than us totally don't get it.
Yes, yeah, me too. That's the same position that I'm in.
Yeah. So I've been thinking lately about these issues around misogyny as it relates to politics. We've had this growing gender gap in the U.S. where more women keep voting for Democrats, more men keep voting for Republicans. And for a while, the biggest demographic the Democrats kept losing was white men without a college degree. That's been for a while. But over the last few elections, Republicans have started to gain some support among Latinos, even some black voters, even some younger voters, but almost entirely among men in those demographic groups. And some of these young men might be like, Barstool Sports fans, and others might be listening to Joe Rogan, and then there's some who are Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson fans. And I wonder what you think can be done to sort of prevent these men from falling even further down the rabbit hole, especially some of these young men.
Well, I think that one thing we have to say in that context is recognizing the links between these particular misogynistic ideologies and white supremacy and the far right, because what we see is that members of those groups of the far right, white supremacists, they explicitly see online misogyny as a gateway drug. They see these communities as a kind of gateway to pulling people further down the road to white supremacy. And it isn't really possible to disentangle those two things, because because within incel
She is actually
communities,
right
they
about
are
that too,
explicitly and
because
extremely
those
racist. They are not just furious that women aren't having sex with them, they are particularly furious about women in mixed race relationships, but also foundational in the beliefs of white
now
supremacists is an
let me
inherent
just like
misogyny,
pause this
right?
like
The
here
obsession
real
with
quick.
birthright.
She's not trashing like Barstool Sports and Joe Rogan. What she's saying is, maybe she's not saying it like in the best way possible. She's saying it in a very academic way, which can be inaccessible to a lot of you guys that are watching this. She's not trashing Barstool Sports and Joe Rogan. What she's saying is there are people who are more extreme to the right, who are actual like white nationalists, white supremacists, and who generally like have a deep hatred of women, who infiltrate those groups, like the Joe Rogan fans, like Barstool fans, like that, right? They'll infiltrate those groups, and then slowly but surely they'll like indoctrinate the people like in those groups. Why? Because they know that generally speaking they can prime them into their ideology. Even though Barstool unintentionally too, and I'm not like a purveyor of Barstool, it's not the content that I generally consume. However, I understand like how like sometimes like you got like their smoke show and stuff like that too, and things like that too, and some people have argued that like, you know, that's misogynistic or anything like that too. From what I understand, like the women like knowingly like do that, so I'm not gonna be like, oh hey, okay, I need to. Damn, man, this thing is fucking... So that's what she's trying to say. I don't want like any Barstool fans or like Joe Rogan fans to think she's shitting on those shows or like on those creators. What she's saying is like bad actors infiltrate those groups so that they can like basically like lure like these young men into like their ideology. I'm like dying left and right now. I need to... I gotta clear this shit now. Like somebody was shooting. Might get like a hot hit or something like that. That took too long. So there are bad actors in those communities, and they're the ones who, because those communities, they do prime you with like some of the jokes and like some of the shit that they say and stuff like that too. But like, it's not coming from like a bad spot. You know what I mean? It's not coming from a place like Dave Portnoy and like Joe Rogan aren't coming from a bad spot. But the bad actors in those communities, and there are bad actors, they draw people into like the more extreme like ideologies too. I'm gonna be fair to like Dave and Joe too. They don't do exactly a good job like regulating their communities. I think they're about the capitalists. They want money. They want to bring people in too. I think they're aware of it too, but like I don't even know if they're aware of it. They don't think that too. But like they're bad actors like in those communities.
With the idea of white women as a vulnerable, dehumanized commodity to be plundered, the ideas around forcible sterilization of women of color. So I think part of what we're seeing there is also about racism, and that's also partly why we're seeing this significant number of white women voting for men like Trump as well. So it's partly that there is a racial component here that we have to recognize, but it's also, I think, about trying to reach people before this point. We know from all the research there is that de-radicalization is difficult, it's expensive, it's time consuming, but prevention is much better. It's much easier, it's cheaper, it's more effective. So I think the answer to this is conversations from a much younger age. It's too late to talk to kids about this stuff at 14 or 15. It's too late to try and unpick the kind of radicalization of figures like Andrew Tate when they've already preempted it by telling them, you know, the Matrix is going to come for you and they're going to try and persuade you that I'm wrong. It's about, I think, giving young people tools not just around gender stereotypes and around these kinds of issues about consent and healthy relationships, but also around internet literacy from a really young age, because so much of this stuff is misinformation, and understandably they're not necessarily recognizing that, particularly if you're, you know, a vulnerable 11 or 12-year-old. It's also about providing spaces offline where men can experience what is attractive and appealing in these online groups. So for teenage boys, it is giving them a sense of community, a sense of justice, a sense of a cause, a feeling of kind of brotherhood and comrades, and having kind of shared senses of identity, and all of those things. I think at one time young men would have been able to access in offline spaces like youth groups and community centres. So in the UK in particular, we've seen those spaces decimated by austerity cuts. So creating spaces where young men are actively supported, given community, where their mental health issues are supported and addressed offline, all of these things would also help. Because a lot of the guys in these spaces are vulnerable, you know, they are vulnerable kids, and this is not about attacking those boys, it's about supporting them. Because ultimately what Andrew Tate is telling them, he exploiting these young kids for his own financial gain, telling them that they need to have a woman choking against the wall and pull out their machete and have their 10 sports cars, that is not ultimately someone with boys' best interests at heart. That is not a lifestyle. Those are not relationships that are going to be happy and fulfilling. So it is also about, you know, compassion and supporting guys as well.
Yeah, I know, it's so interesting what you say about sort of the style and approach, because, you know, we just talked about how these extremist groups sort of lure men in by basically meeting them where they are, starting with memes that they can recognize, some things that are culturally significant to them, jokes, all that kind of stuff, and then sort of lure them in. And I wonder if on the other side, when we're trying to prevent it from happening, we have to have an approach as well. You mentioned compassion, which I think a lot of people will be like, compassion for these assholes? What are you talking about? But like, we don't want them to fall into that hole. And I wonder how you balance sort of the need to make sure young men understand what is true, what is false, what is misinformation, and also supporting them and showing that kind of compassion.
Well, I think we have to differentiate between kind of different groups within these communities. Quite often people want to treat them as if they are all the same, so they tend to be either painted as if they're all evil, kind of irredeemable villains, or they're all vulnerable, damaged loners who we should feel sorry for. And the truth is obviously somewhere in between, right? You have got boys who are young, who have specific issues and problems in their lives, who need support, who are being exploited and radicalized by these groups, and you have got men who are exploiting them, who are radicalizing, who are knowing exactly exactly what they're doing, who are saying go out and massacre women. And clearly, those are two groups of people who need to be treated differently. But in terms of how we do that, I think for me, there's a really crucial piece of the puzzle here that men have to play in boys' lives, because particularly when some process of radicalization is already underway, if schools are leaving it exclusively to female teachers to talk about this, those are not necessarily the voices that are going to cut through. And it doesn't just have to be parents and teachers, you know, it can be other relatives in boys' lives, it can be sporting role models, it might be coaches, it might be, you know, youth workers. There is such an opportunity here, I think, for men to stem this tide of radicalization in the ways in which they interact with and role model towards the younger men in their own lives.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have a 2-year-old boy, and like the most important things that I want for him are, you know, health, happiness, and learning to treat other people with kindness and respect, especially women. And I'm always thinking about this as I am now a new parent, relatively new parent, and parenting Charlie and parenting a young boy in this world. Do you have advice for parents of young boys, fathers of young boys, too?
Yeah, I mean, I think little and often is really important. I think sometimes people get hung up on the idea that this has to be one huge terrifying conversation that you have when your kid turns 12 or 13, and it's kind of awful for everyone involved. But actually it's much more, it's not sitting them down and lecturing them, it's finding the small opportunities in their day-to-day life to give them permission to question and to challenge. So, you know, it's when you're in the toy store and you see that there's a big sign that says girls toys and there's a doll underneath, and saying that's weird, we like to play with dolls, don't we, you know, or hey look, you know, that's all of the cleaning products and it says girls toys, but you know, dad does the cleaning in our house. So, you know, it's those little challenges day to day. And I think another big piece of advice for parents of kids is not stigmatizing mixed sex friendships, because from such a young age, like literally from 1 or 2 in playgroups, you will hear parents say things, obviously not with bad intentions, but you hear people say, you're going to be a heartbreaker, look up your
First
daughters,
date.
they're on their first date, right? Oh, I think someone has a little crush, you know, they'll even like pass over the baby, and oh, he likes blondes because he grabs your hair. And I know it's not badly intentioned, but we sexualize these mixed sex friendships to such a degree that kids start to self-segregate by gender in our society from a really young age. And radicalization is massively aided by that, because if boys don't have close friends who are girls, it's much easier for someone on the internet to convince them all women are like this or like that. Whereas if they're thinking, well, hang on a minute, like my really good mate, such and such, isn't like that, you know, that's a really good piece of kind of armor for them to have. So encouraging kids of all genders to have really good platonic relationships is actually another really powerful thing that parents can do.
It's so interesting because I would have, before I had a child, I would have said, oh, well, the first date stuff, the like, oh, they must like each other, they're going to get married. I would have said, that's harmless. What's the problem with that? Now that I have a child, I can, because you realize how quickly kids pick things up, even at this age, and how they internalize things, and then how they sort of like give it back to you, you know, you're like, oh, wow, that really made an impression on you. And they are so impressionable at this age that I really start to think more that like that stuff isn't harmless.
Yeah, I think so. And there's so much like that. I mean, the good thing is there are so many opportunities in really small ways to kind of role model this stuff in our own lives. Another great example, I think, is when kids see like older relatives, giving them a choice of how they want to greet them. Like, do you want to do a high five, or do you want to wave, or do you want to do a hug?
Shit.
Rather than
I'm dying way too much. I'm like trying to listen and comment at the same time. This is not the activity you should be doing.
You know, that's what you have to do, and their wishes are more important than your bodily autonomy. So, you know, when we talk about teaching kids about consent and stuff, people kind of panic and go, you can't talk to 2-year-olds about sex. But when we teach kids of 2 that they don't hit other kids, nobody goes, oh my God, you can't talk to them about violence. Because we do it in an age-appropriate way, of course. So no, you're not going to talk to them about sex, but you're going to say, this is your body and you get to choose what happens to your body, and we respect other people's bodies and they get to make choices about their bodies. And, you know, it's that simple.
One common thread in so many of these conversations about online extremism, and you brought this up earlier, is sort of a lot of this stems from social isolation that is a hallmark of the extremely online era. And these
Yes.
people who feel isolated for whatever reason then fall down these rabbit holes and find these communities. And so many of the solutions I've heard seem like they are about trying to get people into other communities that are healthier communities. And I wonder if that, like, how we build those healthier communities, and it probably has to
That is
happen
a good
lot online
question.
because so many people are living online now. From a young age, how do we build these healthy communities to draw people in to places where they're building relationships that aren't going to let them fall down these rabbit holes?
That's such a great question. I mean, I think part of it is about not being kind of preachy and po-faced. So I think part of the reason why the right has been so successful and the far right in this space is because they have been able to appropriate these forms of entertainment and of kind of lightheartedness online in a way that the left hasn't really. So it's partly about playing them at their own game. It's about using kind of memes and graphics and viral videos. But I think it's also a question for men to answer, you know, for guys to be creating these communities and to be supporting younger men into them is really important, because it isn't a question that women can kind of wade in and answer and dictate. It is for men to kind of decide what those new communities are going to look like, and that's really exciting kind of positive possibility, I think.
Yeah. Laura Bates, thank you so much for joining Offline, and everyone should check out your books, multiple books now that you've written.
Yep.
About
That
this.
was
It
a
is
very good discussion
it is
she
a
had.
Difficult subject to read about, and you've done some really difficult work, but I think it's incredibly important, and I'm really glad that you've done this. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Offline's brought to you by OneBladeShave.com. Do you hate shaving? Love it, and I used to hate shaving too.
Yeah, we used to really hate it.
Razor burn, irritation, ingrown hairs. Eesh, the worst. Then we discovered One Blade razors. One Blade's the world's most intuitive single-edge razor, and it's guaranteed to eliminate your shaving-related skin issues. What do you like most about shaving using One Blade?
It's so easy, you know, just works.
Nice design.
Great design.
Don't get cuts anymore. You don't nick yourself shaving. That's always a pain in the ass. I like the Core razor, but there's also the Hybrid razor and Genesis razor. Big razor companies have been lying to us for decades. We all know that. They say that more blades equals better shaves.
Doesn't make any sense.
Not true. Not true. All those blades are tearing up your skin. One Blade's state-of-the-art award-winning razor design makes single-edge shaving completely natural and effortless. One Blade razors have a patented pivoting head that helps. All right, we're back, and before we go, Max Fisher is back with us again. Hey, Max.
Hey, pal.
2 news items from this week we should talk about. First, we have been denied the media trial of the century.
We have.
Because Fox News settled their defamation lawsuit with Dominion Voting Systems for $787.5 million. Dan and I talked on Pod Save America this week about how it may have been foolish to expect a small company to save democracy.
You know what? He's not wrong about this too, because I've noticed that when I've had mobility on, look at my lucky pants. Like, look at this, man. Look at this stack distribution for my hunter. It's fucking disgustingly stupid. Yeah, it sounds like if you have, like, discipline, you're going to get... You don't need recovery that much. But resilience, definitely. Okay.
It was some of the like commentary that I hadn't realized that expectations had gotten where they were, but like I think some people expected like the Marshal of the Supreme Court to come out and like pull Tucker Carlson from the air.
Real Bob Mueller vibes. Real Bob Mueller vibes around this.
Yeah.
You've been covering this case for Crooked. What do you think? Like, what, if anything, does the outcome mean for democracy? What, if anything, does it mean for the rampant spread of disinformation? What's your take?
I feel like I have become a little bit contrarian, and like I think this is actually like not a slam dunk, but a pretty good outcome. I think that we wanted, or I wanted, like 3 things out of this, and I think we got 2 out of 3. I think that we wanted, for the sake of democracy, disincentives against future lying, which I think we got. I think that we wanted meaningful accountability, which I think we got in the form of this number. And I think that we also wanted, or we're at least hoping for, and we wanted an on-air apology, not just because we wanted to see Tucker apologize for fun, although that would be fun.
Lots of fun.
But for the hope of like moving existing Fox viewers hopefully in a better direction. And we didn't get that, and that is a bummer. But I still think that we came out ahead in the end, like as a society, from this.
That's hopeful. I mean, my views are like, we shouldn't have expected this to be a big deal.
Right.
We shouldn't have expected that like this was going to end Fox News or turn all of their audience into libs, or be the end for Tucker Carlson and Rupert Murdoch and all that. But I wonder if the message this sends to Fox and to OAN and to all these right-wing media outlets is be a little bit more careful how you lie.
So I hear that. I think that we have 2 data points that give me a little bit of confidence. That the first is that if you actually look at the specific statements that Dominion was making issue of from Fox hosts, they actually were pretty carefully couched. It's not like Tucker looking into the camera and saying, by the way, Dominion voting systems, voting machines changed votes from Joe Biden to Donald Trump. It was like a lot of Americans are concerned about election integrity generally, and it's not hard to see why. It was very carefully couched, and Dominion clearly believed and got Fox to a place where Fox agreed that that would be enough to potentially bring, many hundreds of millions of dollars of damages. The other big data point is that we actually know now from some reporting from inside the case that ran in the New York Times today that Fox News's own thinking on the case changed over time. That they went into this thinking, you know what, the standards against defamation are high enough, and we couch this carefully enough that we think that we will get away with it, basically win the case. And that over the course of the last few months, their thinking on that changed. And I think that what that shows is that the legal landscape has changed, not in a huge way. It's not transformative, but some of the individual rulings that came out in the course of discovery over this that were very unfavorable to Fox, the way that kind of like things have played out with discovery, I mean, clearly has changed the way that the lawyers at Fox think. That they think, okay, we have to move the bar internally for what we can say and can't say before we hit this level of liability, and they have to know they're going to pay out again too.
Well, so there's the Smartmatic case. They're the new welcome to the Resistance Smartmatic.
The new Bob Mueller.
New Resistance heroes. And it's been interesting. You and I were going back and forth on this, on watching Fox respond to the Smartmatic stuff.
Yeah.
Because they have, I mean, both in the statement that they put out after the Dominion settlement and how they've responded to inquiries about the Smartmatic case, they're like, we have the highest standards of journalism, and we acknowledge that some judge somewhere said something that might not have been true.
Right.
But you know what? We think that the claims of a president about voter fraud are absolutely newsworthy and absolutely. So there was a little bit of a fuck you, people.
Absolutely.
We don't seem cowed at all. Do you think? Why do you think they'd say that if internally they'd still be a little more reticent to lie next time?
Because I think that honestly, maybe the most important part of this settlement, even more so than the number or the apology that we didn't get, is the fact that the number was public. And that usually doesn't happen in these settlements. Usually it's secret, and that was something that Dominion specifically had to argue for. It also makes me a little bit more like when people say like, oh, Dominion, they're just greedy corporate lawyers, they just wanted to cash out, like, there's probably something to that, but they really did do us kind of a solid in making that number public, because it forced Fox to paint a target on its own back that says, if you can prove to this kind of new standard, not hugely new standard, but a little bit of a new standard in this Dominion case, that we demonstrated actual malice in lying about in a way that impacted your company, that could be worth $800 million. And the Smartmatic case actually has even an arguably stronger case, because Smartmatic is a little bit of a bigger business than Dominion was, which is, as you pointed out, is a really small business, which makes the number of the settlement that much more striking.
Well, and this morning, Smartmatic said that they won't accept any settlement smaller than the $787 million. and that they need a, quote, full retraction from Fox disavowing the lies it spread about the 2020 presidential election.
I think they'll get one of those two things.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think of next time around, when Donald Trump will probably be the nominee, and if he loses, will probably claim voter fraud again. Like, how does Fox act? Do you think that that they're going to be a little more careful?
I mean, we won't know until it happens. I do keep going back over and over again because I think it was so fascinating to see in the emails and texts that came out the moment of decision within Fox where they were really wrestling, not for any moral or ethical reasons, for the worst possible, most craven possible reasons. They were wrestling with, are we going to follow Trump and Sidney Powell on this election lie? And it was close. Yeah. And I think that is a reason that makes me think that next time around, I think that they are going to have to be more cautious because the next time around is going to come in 2024, and the Smartmatic cases isn't even until 2025.
Oh,
so
I
they
didn't
are,
know that. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
they are already facing, or it's expected to be in 25. I mean, who knows? They are already facing shareholders. It sucks that all this comes down to financial incentives. That's not great.
But that's what happens when private companies, face a lawsuit.
Right,
Bring a lawsuit.
Right. They're already facing shareholders who are saying you blew like half a year's adjusted revenue on this one lie, and you're going to blow half a year's adjusted revenue again in 2025. Yeah. If you fuck it up again, you might actually go into the red. Right. And they're just like the pressures on that, I think, are just going to be really high. There's still going to be Fox News. Tucker Carlson is still going to be a white nationalist. It's still going to be a horrible, corrosive force in our society. But in these edge cases, I think I came out feeling a little bit more optimistic, and I think in a way that did like minimal damage to press freedom.
So here's one more offline-y question about this whole thing. We saw through all of these texts that we got in testimony that Fox was scared of losing audience to OAN, Newsmax. Right. So you imagine like maybe Fox is a little more careful about lying. The audience, maybe some of the audience, they don't change their minds obviously, but they go to, you could try to sue them too. And then which they are, right? Yeah. And then they're just going online to get all of their conspiracy theories. Right. What do you think about the value of defamation lawsuits as a tool to fight disinformation in this extremely online era?
I think that it is. I mean, you've heard, like, I'm a little like not tortured about this, but I have mixed feelings. Yeah. I think that it is the best tool that we have in an era of rising disinformation, and I think that it is good that we are now able to do that more than we were in the past. Like, that standard has demonstrably moved a little bit. And I think that while it's true that there's always going to be some segment that can just go on YouTube, can just go on 4chan, whatever, and is like kind of lost, you do see there's like a Sarah Longwell focus group of Republicans on the big lie and the Dominion conspiracy specifically. And the like people who are really hardened on it, they already think Fox is a bunch of rhinos anyway. Yeah. So there is like a meaningful segment of more casual Fox viewers who will repeat the Dominion lie, but they do it as like in-group signaling rather than like actually believing it. And like, it's very hard to say how much Fox being forced to move its line a couple of inches will affect those viewers. But of course, the premise of this show is that the media you consume doesn't just drive your opinions, but it drives your your emotional affect, your sentiment, the way that you think about the world. So I think that it in that sense, anything that can move the needle in a better direction, I think is good. I remain a little bit concerned about the ability for corporations to wield this precedent in a bad way, but we're just going to find out what that future looks like.
All right, last item. The blue check marks are gone.
R.I.P.
Feeling a little lighter today.
Weighing it down. Let me tell you, over at Mastodon this week, we are feeling pretty smug, pretty good about ourselves. There is a lot of happy chatter. Yeah. Oh yeah. Over there. You know what Mastodon's solution to the blue check marks?
What's that?
Don't have any, because no one's going to try to impersonate you on Mastodon. So it's not a problem. And even if they did, there's nobody to see it. It's brilliant OPSEC.
It is wild to scroll through Twitter now and you just see the blue checks and you're like, oh, you got a blue check.
I know. It is amazing.
And then there's a lot of people who are trying to explain themselves. You know, like, I just have the blue check for long form video and, editing. It's like, okay, it's okay.
I had to report on the platform.
I'm not gonna drive you off.
Yeah.
The platform, each his own. I'm not paying Elon $8 a month. That's my thing. That's fine.
It's amazing how quickly it is flipped as a cultural marker. It's just 180 degrees, which is funny because it's like, you know, this thing that we have lived with for so long that it means celebrities, it means big media organizations. Now it means like 4chaner, right wing, like cat turd troll. And you see the like celebrities who still have it, like trying to get rid of it, which is nuts and also is terrible for Twitter.
There was this great thread, Hugo Rifkind, who works.
You think it was Hugo Rifkind,
right? Who works for Times of London, and he was like, this whole thing is an exact illustration of sort of the larger populist political trends in politics in the UK, in the US, which is, it's like a bunch of people who are just angry about elites. Right. They want to take down elites.
And the elites, yeah.
Right. And so, which they did in Brexit and they did here with Trump, right? And then, of course, and also both on Twitter and in the U.S. politics with the help of a billionaire, right? And now that they have smashed the hierarchy and all the blue checks are gone, all these people are still mad.
Right. Yeah. Right.
This is what you're saying. Now they're like, why are the celebrities paying the $8? Why are these? How dare they? Blah blah blah. It's like, hey, you got your way. Right. Now there's no blue check marks.
It really shows.
You're still pissed?
Like Elon trying to chase these like online alt-right grievance politics. It's just like, it's only going to blow up in your face because it's always going to be in search of a new grievance.
Always. Yeah. And it's so sad. He's doing the, he paid apparently for LeBron James's and Stephen King.
Right.
And he's
who
like,
still both tried to reject it anyway.
And he's like, no, these blue checks are on the house.
It honestly makes me a little bit sad. Like, did you have that kid in your grade school? It's like no one wanted to come to his birthday party. So then he like offered to pay people to come to his birthday party and still no one wanted to come.
Look, I have a lot.
He
of
is desperate for everyone to like him, which is
okay. Fair point.
I just, probably too much at times.
When you want everyone to like you, no one's gonna like you.
Elon Musk, that fucking guy.
Yeah,
it's honestly enjoyable watching it.
It is enjoyable watching it. It is a little bit
enjoyable watching Twitter just sort of devolve.
Right, and they like the blue check mark go from something with a positive value for the user base and the platform into something with a negative value for users and therefore for the platform itself. I mean, just the speed with which he's turning his assets into liabilities is pretty impressive.
The one thing it's changing for me is like how I use the platform, which a lot of people have probably done this forever, and I'm stupid for not. But like, I'm creating more lists.
Yeah.
I'm like turning on notifications for just people I want to get tweets from because I don't want to scroll through garbage.
Yeah, I do that too.
I'm not checking my mentions as much anymore, which I kind of stopped doing that a while back. But like, that's healthy.
Yeah.
Because they're all garbage anyway, because it's just a bunch of shit.
Right.
Elon
Musk is kind of putting us through a healthy social media diet.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to thank him.
Unironically.
That certainly wasn't intentional. But
let me turn to the camera. Thank you, Elon Musk.
Please pay for my blue check. I want my blue check back now. So I think now the impersonation issue is troubling.
It is. What's that Marxist line about heightening the contradictions of capitalism?
Yeah.
Is it like Elon Musk doing like an inside job on like social media capitalism to like heighten the contradictions of social media?
It's a lot. But yeah, we'll see how the impersonations go. I saw that someone was Barack Obama, someone was Bernie Sanders. I mean, I enjoy that just for the humor.
Who are you going to impersonate, do you think?
I should impersonate Jon Favreau. I was thinking about it.
Oh, the director?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just put up who also is not paying for his blue check. I had to check. Perfect. I was worried because I know that he knows. I think that he knows Elon because of all the like Iron Man stuff and all that.
Right. See,
but no blue checks for John. Okay. So which means I could just take his picture and just start tweeting about Mandalorian.
Do some Star Wars takes.
That's what I'm thinking. So, Max Fisher, thanks for joining Offline.
Thanks as always.
All right, talk to you.
Good stuff, man. They put together. I like the guys who are at Pod Save America. I understand the dirty libtards like me, but I like their content. It's good that you guys like normies like John too are talking about like the incel culture and speaking to experts about that too. because normies watch him, and the other guys like on that platform. So it's good that they like aware too, and he has like intelligent conversations with people about that stuff. All right, folks, I'm gonna take a quick break and then get some coffee. I'm gonna eat something real quick, but we're gonna be back. And then we'll probably just watch a couple of videos. So let's see what else. It's good to know that it's good to know that the Jets and Packers are re-engaged in trade talks. Oh my God, flash on the Pentagon. On the Pentagon talks, okay. Let's take a quick break, folks, and I'll be right back. All right, we are back.
Hey, this is John from Indiana. John from Indiana, what's on your mind? Sorry about that. I had a business call come in, so I apologize. Well, la-di-da. I also had a business call. It was with you. You just didn't answer. Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah, Sam, thanks for taking my call. I really, I've had a lot of thoughts over the last few weeks, and I've been trying to call in to kind of get them across, and I don't know. I guess what I would really like to talk about ultimately, that because I've spent a few weeks thinking about this, is I think your show has a bit of a blind spot that I think just one fill in the. Well, I mean, I think you guys do really good coverage on trans issues for the most part. I think you guys need to have more trans people on your show, though, and more callers. Or, I mean, I don't know. I called you out on Twitter. I imagine you saw that. I was being inflammatory so as to capture your attention. So, you know, I'm sorry for doing that. But I don't know. I did not. But go ahead. All right. So what what your point is. So my biggest point is that this whole Anna Kasparian thing came up, and I feel like a lot of people have sort of got some whiplash from this and have not really wanted to call it what it is. And I think only really one person in that leftist media sphere, which is Ole or Oleami, I can't say her name right, just called it out as being a grift, which is immediately what I thought it was. And I don't know. I feel like you guys kind of dropped the ball on that because you never put the tweets up, you never showed the context, and you got a lot of listeners. Didn't I address this like before? I mean, I wasn't here. My understanding is that things progressed somewhat last week when I was out. But 2 or 3 weeks ago, I thought I addressed it, didn't I? You did, and that was me that I called in. You spoke to me. Okay. And so, like, I was trying to call in because people kept talking about the tweet as if it were a tweet, and it was actually a lot of tweets. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I saw that one tweet from Anna, and that's what I was responding to. I don't, like... I'm not on Twitter as much maybe as people want me to be. I don't, there's this sense that like, I won't talk about TYT because I'm friends with them or because I do business with them. Like, I've known Cenk for, a long time, but he lives in LA. I mean, I've probably spoken to him in person, I don't know, maybe 10 times over the past almost 18 years. Sure. I've been on that show. At one point, we were, part of the YouTube network, which, and just to make this clear to people, the relationship that we had in business was I was their client. In other words, I paid them money to optimize our YouTube channel and we did that for far longer than I think like a business person who had a business sense would have done it, because I didn't want to have to manage somebody doing that for us. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't care and this and that. So I was never getting money from them. I don't have some reason, nefarious reason not to criticize them. But I also don't feel a huge compulsion to observe every tweet that they do or what's on their show. I cannot express to people how misguided they are in terms of what they assume I watch on a daily basis. I don't have enough hours in the day for me to monitor what TYT is doing. And I think, like, on balance,
my sense is, and I've always, considered myself to the left of of Cenk. Like, I had arguments with him 18 years ago or 15 years ago about the Bill Clinton administration. And, but I don't, but that was just like, I was invited onto the show or I was on the show or whatever I was, and that came up. I mean, it's not like I'm, monitoring them. And so I think I thought that tweet was ridiculous. Do I know why?
That's the tip of the iceberg.
Okay,
because
but
she had a lot of responses.
Okay, if she's tweeting all this stuff out, I'm not defending her, but
I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying that
you're saying it's incumbent upon me to be wait, let me finish. You're saying it's incumbent upon me to be monitoring her tweets so that I can provide a super accurate representation of what her ideology is. I criticized her tweets.
But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you're gonna weigh in on it, you should have all the facts, and that
I just weighed in on one thing. And that was the tweet.
But the show's weighed in on it 3 times. It's very clear it makes Emma uncomfortable.
Well, of course it makes Emma uncomfortable. I mean...
But she didn't have to address it. She could have said, hey, you know what? This is my personal
we were getting
friend.
20 IMs about it. We have to address it.
I think, listen, I think you do have an argument. Okay, hold on. John, you have an argument.
Yeah.
We could have said... And I've done this at times, like with something with like some of the Louis C.K. stuff. I said, Louis. I mean, I'm not in touch with him in the same way I was, but Louis was a friend of mine, and I know this from a different perspective. I don't want to weigh in on it. And I suppose that Emma could have said, I'm not going to talk anything about it whatsoever. But it's not like. But wait, hold on, John. Hold on.
Okay.
The responsibility we have, okay, in talking about this stuff, and I don't even like, I like going after right-wingers, but when I do a segment on Jimmy Dore, or when I do a segment on, Steven Crowder, I like there to be something in there that I can also, that is around an issue that I can pivot off of. There are times we're not, 100%.
Dude, there's like this weird fascination within like the left to eat its own. There really is, and I just don't understand it too. You can easily criticize Anna like for that tweet, which I loosely like remember. To be honest with you, that's fine. You could easily like criticize her for the tweet. But I have a hard time believing like she's like anti-trans or anything like that. She's had some like really like I would argue like right-wing responses to like crime too, like how policing is, especially in California, which is just like awful in my opinion. But like, do I think that she's like an enemy of mine? No. This is a part of like allyship too, man. Like your allies are gonna be imperfect. If you want your allies to be perfect, you're not gonna have any allies.
We like dip into like what's the psychology behind this? Like a guy like Dave Rubin is just such a joke that we would do that for a while. But I don't see as my responsibility to provide the TYT report. Okay?
I'm not
and
saying,
hold on, John. Let me finish. And it is not like Emma has hidden the fact that she used to be on TYT, that she works with TYT, that they're friends of hers. So everybody has it's a full disclosure. When I talk about Matt Taibbi, I make it clear.
And there's like this weird thing too, like on the left too. like everyone, like every like left-leaning commentator is held to like this super high standard, and no one holds like anyone on the right to that same standard, and the hypocrisy is just like prevalent. I also think that too, it's like a bastion of our own like creature too. Like we expect there to be like a certain level of like credibility too, but it's never applied to the right, but it's always applied to the left too. It's just like we eat each other all the time too. We cannibalize each other is really the better term, and like we are such like high standards, like no one can meet those standards. I fucking hate it. And it's like dumb shit like this is the reason why we lose power in this country.
You know, Matt used to be a friend of mine. Matt did part of his podcast when he started his podcast with Green. They did it out of this office. And to the extent that I make any speculation as to what he's doing, you know, I do it based upon what my firsthand knowledge is. I have no firsthand knowledge of what Anna or Cenk. And to the extent that Emma does, like, she's said what she's comfortable with. I didn't see, you know, what her responses were. I was out of town. But
I'm in the surveillance
maybe the issue is like you want the show to do something differently than it is. That's not our responsibility.
I feel like this is a disingenuous framing because I want the show. The show's addressed it 3 times, never put up a single tweet, never mentioned the fact that she's liking tweets from trans folks.
I don't know what she's liking tweets.
I know that you don't know that. I know that you don't know that, but your viewers, people are pointing it out. I tried to hop in your YouTube chat last week to tell viewers who don't know this, and your mods muted me.
Okay.
Because people don't know this.
Okay.
Like people aren't on Twitter, they don't know this, and her birthing person inclusive language shit goes back to February of 2020. When Sandy Lovis went on TYT and explained it to them. So when this whole grift happened, it was like Sandy is a MR contributor and was writing on Twitter about my whole point is if you
your point is that I have not done enough homework on monitoring her tweets, and I'm telling you that's not my job. That's not my job. I know you want it to be my job, but it's not my job. I can't go through every single.
This is like so strange, man. It's like you want like us to like hold each other accountable. They don't even like cross sect with each other. This is like so weird, dude. It's because the right cross pollinate with each other all the time too. But the left doesn't, and it's just like they think that like we all know each other. We really don't. We're like completely separate entities from each other.
Energy readings are spiking. Looks like you ain't done yet.
This is a tactic of desperation. You near victory, Guardian.
Oh, Jesus.
YouTuber and give an assessment.
You could raise your YouTube comments where people said this kind of stuff.
Wait, dude, do you think, let me ask you a question. Do you think that I have the time to go through all of our YouTube comments?
Hell out of here.
I mean, you could go through a fraction of them.
Well, which fraction?
Know anything about
Dude.
trolling?
Which
This guy's trolling. This is like some right-wing troll like calling in. Mike from Indiana. Bro, what do you... This is like Sam in like the Majority Report. I'm on like a stand. I feel like I'm standing for Sam in the Majority Report. He's not a drama channel, dude. He doesn't engage in this stuff. He's very much akin to like traditional news. Or what news, like with MSNBC. Like you get the news, you get factual reporting, and then you get his commentary on it. He doesn't cover like Twitter drama. This is not what he does.
fraction should I go through?
My point is
just yours.
You guys run a business, and that's fine. But you act.
It's not
like
a business. This is not a business decision. This is not a business decision at all. That's what I resent, is the implication that somehow I'm not doing this because I'm afraid of offending TYT or somebody else. I'm saying I'm not going to read every YouTube comment. Yes.
Never even explained properly why the inclusive language was important. You went about.
Whoa, what?
Like,
are you serious?
Yes, because Sam,
You're saying that on this program, I've never said why inclusive language is important?
I never said that you. Okay. What I'm saying is, and what trans people were saying is, the malicious compliance aspect of what insurance companies will do to them and how dysphoria will keep, like, you talked about it as sort of this polite thing, like, it doesn't cost me anything to use inclusive language. That's great. But it costs trans people their lives when the language is not used.
Well, what? Wait. I didn't just say it cost me nothing to use inclusive language. I'm saying that's one half of the equation. The other half of the equation is I'm talking about almost on a daily basis. We talk on this program about the legislation that is happening in over almost over 20 states. We talk about the attacks on trans people. We talk about what it does to trans kids. I mean, I'm sorry if we're not doing the job you want us to do in policing Anna's tweets or Jenk's tweets or anybody else's tweets, and I'm not reading enough YouTube comments for you. But
I mean, they've been running a 3-year grift at this point. Like, it's pretty obvious.
No, it's not. Listen,
I'm not saying
it's obvious to you. It's not obvious to me.
It's obvious to a lot of people that they've been running a right-wing grift for 3 years at this point.
Good. Killers. I mean, you just want me to do something different than the show is doing. And
what I wanted was for Emma and you to either not address it or to bring on a trans person to address it or to do your homework. It's been addressed 3 times on the show without showing a single tweet.
Did we not put up the tweet?
No.
All right. Well, you know what, dude? I'm sorry.
Well, but you would do it, but you've done it for plenty of right. Like, you'll spend all this time.
I'm hanging up on you. I gave you 13 minutes. Listen, here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. I'm sorry. No. Like, I just want to make this absolutely clear. That like know when it's time. This policing Anna or TYT is just not one of my priorities. And I understand that there are people who watch the show who want us to have different priorities. If the issue is that we have in some way
though death has not lost
been bad on trans issues, then that's, I think, a legitimate.
It's become easier to bear.
I would disagree.
That's fair.
But that's at least a critique that I can address.
That's like reasonable too. If the critique is they're not properly addressing like trans issues, that's fine. But you really do want him to police like Anna's language. He's not there. No content creator on these platforms is there to police another person's language. He points out the language of like conservatives and concentrates on what they say, because what they say has a deep cultural effect to the people that they do, where it directly affects trans people. These guys like the Ben Shapiro's, the Crowders, all these guys, They influence actual legislation that directly harms like trans people. Anna has a cringe tweet. She's been excoriated all over the internet on it too. But you want everybody to come down hard on him. It's just like that's not his job. He doesn't do that. Talk to me when Anna like starts moving the needle in terms of legislation.
But
this is so stupid. I hate this shit.
I've been doing this now for 18 years. There's always people who want the show to focus on one thing versus another. And it's just, I'm sorry. They're find a show that is focusing on what you want it to focus on and do it. It's just, there's nothing more frustrating. And listen, if you think that I'm not saying enough about whatever MSNBC because I haven't really gotten paid from them in quite some time, but that I'm, if the critique is that you're not being critical of TYT because of a business relationship or something like that, that is at least a critique that I can address. But I cannot address the idea that I'm not policing what tweets Anna is liking, or I'm not reading enough YouTube comments to find out that she's liking these tweets. Like, it's just not a priority for me. There's, a lot. I don't even know. I will not even make this assessment. There are actors out there that I perceive I can address better or maybe worse than what I saw. We talked about the tweet. I think we read the tweet. If we didn't put it up on the screen, I don't, it's not a conscious.
I felt.
We don't have a big operation here.
I didn't want to fight
I mean, do people understand? We don't have. This is like.
Well, I just wanted to say
the light goes out.
Yeah,
I fix it.
Sam changed the light this morning.
Well, the bathroom's dirty. I clean it. Not enough, but I do try and do it. It's like we don't every day. And it's a race to organize this shit. 2 minutes before the thing, I'm still writing stuff out. I don't know if people have this perception of we've got some ocean of people here working. We're putting up graphics. I mean, it's pretty obvious. This is pretty lo-fi here.
But I also just want to say I think it's a kind of. From my perspective, because I was here when we were doing a lot of the reaction because when you were out, Sam.
I apologize for taking vacation.
No, you should be. I know, but Emma. If the critique is that we didn't show the tweet, I just think that is a kind of a granular critique when Emma did absolutely address the substance and her position on it multiple times, and I also reject the idea that the entire viewership here or anyone keeping track of what was going on Twitter or online or whatever would have been okay with Emma not saying something. I can see the messages.
Of course,
I can see the messages we get. I can see the emails we can get. I can see her Twitter mentions. You can see her Twitter mentions. If she's damned if she did and she's damned if she didn't, she'd be seen as keeping silent or being complicit if she didn't say something, and anyone's going to critique or nitpick everything she did say. So it's not fair to say, oh, you shouldn't have said anything and that would have been better, because that's not true, and it wouldn't have been true for Emma either.
No, I mean, I think that's, I think it's just unreasonable. Frickin' Freak says, I think that person is saying that TYT is actually a right-wing centrist project that we should probably highlight more than we are. And all I can say is that, look, the TYT has been doing this for 20 years. There are, again, I don't watch their show. I don't watch really any other show, except I don't even watch this show. But I don't think that they're a right-wing project. I think that's absurd. They may not have, politics that you agree with at certain times, but I don't think they're a right-wing project. If there is more evidence that comes out that they are a right-wing project or their positions are, but do I think that Anna's take on that trans language, to the extent that I'm aware of it, is bad. Yes, I made that very clear. But if it becomes clear to me, like, you know, at one point it became obvious to me where Jimmy Dore was headed, and a lot of people were very upset that I said that 8 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever it was. But that's what I saw, and that's what I said. He was with TYT at the time. I have no problems calling it out. In fact, I ran into Jank at some conference, and he's like, "How can we, how can we work this thing out with you and Jimmy?" And I was like, "Oh, you can fire him. That's how you can work it out." Like, I don't. People, like, I'm not holding back anything. It's just that, like, I'm not deploying.
You highlight the YouTube chat.
I'm just like, I'm not deploying my time or efforts in the way that you want me to. And because I've made a determination for myself as to, like, where my efforts are best concerted based upon, like, what I see. There's 1,000 fires out there. And I'm looking at the biggest ones and the ones that have closest proximity to, and where I can reach the hose and pour on the water, and that's the way that I operate. There's no other nefarious thing here. I'm not worried about offending anybody because I'm not really friends with anybody. Like, I mean, that's just.
I think that's like a big thing too. I think everyone thinks that like all these commentators online are friends. That's sort of like the big thing, that they all know each other because you all share like the same space. But the reality is, do you know everybody at work? Unless you work in a tiny firm. I worked at like big corporations. I remember just knowing maybe like 5 people max, and 2 of those people was my boss and then my immediate supervisor, who was also like my boss. So it's not, I don't know, some people just, it's just like these unrealistic expectations.
heartbeat quickens. There's something like fire in your blood. This is the thrill of victory. Crow feels it too, whether we wish it or not.
Finite amount of time.
Still one.
We have a finite amount of.
Even though I've expended now 45 minutes on this.
That's what I'm saying is that even us spending this time is at the expense of whatever else.
Yes, without a doubt, without a doubt. And Jules Winfield, trans people, we feel like we're under attack from all sides. The critique is just a critique. Hoping someone of your stature, who we all look up to, will fight first. That's all. I mean, I'm trying to do that. I feel like, you know, and I am open to, again, I am open to a critique of, like, you're being insensitive in this area, you're not aware of this. I mean, I have on multiple occasions have made it very explicit that, you know, in December or November, or maybe it was December or November of last year, I thought, like, okay, Michigan proves that attacking trans people is a loser, and we're not going to see Republicans go down that road. And it was an IMer, I think it was, who corrected me and said, you got to pay more attention to the legislation that's being passed in the states now. And I did. And I don't know, it took me a day or two or whatever it was. Came back and I was like, I was mistaken. I was wrong. And started referencing Aaron Reed's, is it Aaron Reed? Who, you know, has I think it's a Google Doc and is tracking these things, and may pay more attention, and, you know, but I mean, people have to realize the limitations. I understand. I mean, I get it. But, like, when it gets down to, like, you know, I'm not covering what tweets Anna's liking enough. We're losing. And look, if people want to come up with a dossier and write up a document, honestly.
I also think they think that, like, his funding is, like, unlimited. This isn't like Steven Crowder, who was offered $50 million by the Daily Wire, turned it down, and signed this huge deal by Rumble. And, like, you have, like, Murdoch, and then you got Peter Thiel and all these other right-wing billionaires funding, like, all these right-wing projects and these online creators. They're getting money from the right. That's not how it is on this side of the aisle. I wish George Soros was funding all of us on the left.
You know, there's nothing to hold you back from writing up a document, but if you're going to make me comb through YouTube comments,
that's also just the funniest thing.
The right fraction of it to piece together, you know, over time, like, you know, it's just, you're not doing your job.
A little inside baseball before we move on from this, but I just want everyone to know that even when Matt is here, I am the only person reading YouTube chat, unless Matt is fighting with somebody in the YouTube chat. So
yeah, I can't possibly do it.
Sam is not going to be signal boosting certain YouTube chats.
I understand where people are coming from. They expect Sam to, like, do certain things, but at the same time, though, that's not his content. He just doesn't do that. I don't know, like, what you expect from him. He's not like a Destiny who's gonna comb through, like, every single content. He's a singular content creator. It's fucking stupid, dude.
How long until Elon Musk realizes this is a bad idea? I'm gay. Azan the Hun tweeted, I'm gay, and I retweeted and it begins. Unfortunately, Azan the Hun got yeeted. Hasanabe Productions did a blessed, I'm pregnant, MPreg. Osanox did a selling laptops tweet. The amount of people that reached out to me yesterday, thinking that I was actually hacked, thinking that it was actually me that was selling laptops, is very scary. You know, that's the reason why there was some level of verification. So congratulations to Elon Musk. You've made the platform less secure. What? City of New York City Gov. This is an authentic Twitter account representing the New York City government. This is the only account for NYC Gov run by New York City government. You can verify our identity by confirming our handle at nyc.gov connect social. No, you're not. This account is the only authentic Twitter account representing and run by the New York City government. Oh my God. That's awesome. I mean, it's terrifying, but also kind of funny. J.K. Rowling is based. I want to take this opportunity to apologize for all the things I've said and done. I've caused such material harm to the transgender community. The only thing I can say on my behalf is that I was on Ambien for a really long time and I didn't realize how my actions affected other people. But really, even where I was, I thought I really was in the Harry Potter world interacting with house elves and dementors. It was harrowing. Doubted for a sec, but there's her pic and her name. Good enough for me. I love that. Dude, that's fire. There you go. People are already going bananas mode. Having fun with it. Hog's mad they don't have the clout to get a freebie. I couldn't stand to save $8 a month. Want to pay mine? I'm not a celebrity. I could stand to save $8 a month. Two-class system. Communism at play. Not surprised. Are you paying for anyone in the poor class who can't afford it? Or just the arrogant ones who think they're above it? Funny how these millionaires refuse to pay, but most of us middle and even lower class pay with no issue. Yeah, because you're a idiot, dingus. That's the entire reason why Twitter Blue was a dumb thing from the start. You're a fool. That's the whole point. He knows it. You don't know it about yourself. Twitter Blue is only worth it if actual famous celebrities have the check mark. That's why he's forcibly giving them the check mark. It gives some level of value to your dumbass fucking check mark that, you know, LeBron James has. All these Elon Stan's things, he's actually democratizing Twitter. Yeah, Stephen King got it, and he didn't even fucking pay for it. My Twitter account says I subscribe to Twitter Blue. I haven't. My Twitter account says I've given a phone number. I haven't. Here's Musk responding to our story and confirming that he's paying for some accounts to be verified. Have confirmed that LeBron, who has 52 million followers, has said since he won't pay for verification, was emailed by Twitter an employee with the offer to have his sub comped on behalf of Elon Musk. James did not accept, but his account is showing he paid anyway. Here is Musk responding to our story and confirming that he's paying for some accounts to be verified. Oh my god, he's the most cucked man in America. I mean, this is the smartest thing that Elon has done, because like some people now, some legacy checkmarks will pay for Blue and say, oh, Elon comped it for me. Let's keep
This
going.
morning, the Florida law critics dubbed the Don't Say Gay bill is expanded.
Gender ideology has no place in our K-12 school system, and we've made that very, very clear. It is wrong for a teacher to tell a student that they may have been born in the wrong body or that their gender is a choice.
Expanding the law does not need DeSantis' approval, though the board made the move after he made the request. The board saying its vote reaffirmed Florida's commitment to uphold parental rights and keep indoctrination out of our schools. Critics, especially from the LGBTQ community,
Funny take to say like we gotta keep indoctrination out of our schools. That's the entire purpose of a school, you fucking idiot. No, the real reason why they're saying it is they want to indoctrinate the children in the way that they see fit, not in the way that is like based on empathy and science, scientific consensus, but like the way that they want to indoctrinate children. It's a different format of the same argument that was happening under the Bush era, where they were like, hey, you shouldn't be teaching evolution. The jury's out on that. You shouldn't be teaching evolution to our children. Y'all remember that shit? I mean, some of you were literally not born back then, so you probably don't remember. I was alive, and a young Hassan that loved looking at American politics remembers perfectly when they banned stem cell research, for example, and then Germany started kicking America's ass on that field when, you know, the theory of evolution was a subject matter of discussion.
are voicing concern that they or their children will be censured.
You cannot legislate these clothes off my body, and you cannot legislate me out of the classroom.
Currently, Florida parents are allowed to sue school districts over violations, and teachers who violate the ban risk having their licenses revoked.
As for that health class, the only place sexual orientation and gender identity can be taught, officials...
Why would they put that in? Because, I'll be honest, you want to know why? And people are going to get mad at me for saying it. Because it's cringe. That's why they put it in there. To subtly, you know, make these fucking already transphobic parents, like, go absolute bananas mode. There are places where you should let your freak flag fly. Go off kings, queens, emperors, all you want to do. School is not one of those fucking places. So when a normie, who already is, like, geared towards being transphobic, sees you letting your freak flag fly in some respect. I'm not saying that you should be boy modding when you're fucking teaching in school or anything, by the way. Don't misunderstand me. It sucks when, you know, cringe is used as a justification for making your existence illegal. And unfortunately, you know, boy modding, not modding. Sorry, I know. I think it's funnier to say boy modding, though. It's like, it's cooler, don't you think? I heard the cause. I'm literally the cringe guy you're talking about. No, like, in the eyes of fucking transphobic people, when you get sassy on camera, there's a deliberate reason why mainstream media puts you in there. Not the overarching coverage, but just that one moment. They're going to use anything and everything they can. Transphobia is going to continue regardless. Whether you are letting your reflect fly or not doesn't really fucking matter. But like I said, I'm not saying boy mode when you're doing something like that. But look, you're very brave. You are. But you gotta code switch a little bit, just a little tiny bit. It's not even technically code switching. It's more so knowing the audience that you are presenting yourself. Here's a great example of it. Like, I don't have any issue with fucking gauges, right? I mean, I think gauges are kind of gross, but whatever. Or a fuck ton of piercings. But if you're going in front of, like, conservative parents and you wear all of your fucking piercings, then yeah, they're gonna look at that and go, what the fuck? I do this all the time. I tailor my commentary towards an audience. If you see me debating, depending on who I'm talking to, I have much different talking points. Because you have to recognize who you are catering your message towards.
He's not
No matter
wrong.
what happens, people fucking yell at me about this, but the unfortunate reality is that when you are speaking to an audience, you have to frame your arguments towards them, and that in many instances is not even gonna fucking change the reality. These people are fucking psychotic, bloodthirsty monsters. So if you want to do what you want to do, go off, kings, queens, and emperors. If you don't want to read the room, go off. It's not really gonna change anything one way or the other. In the least surprising bit of news of all time, another Hasanabi certified lock, another I called it moment. Charges have been dropped against Alec Baldwin in the Rush shooting. Yeah, of course they have. That was an insane thing to even fucking add, you clout demon prosecutor.
Baldwin had been charged with those 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter that had accused him of ignoring safety standards that are supposed to be the protocol for movie sets. They also really said that Alec Baldwin was negligent as the lead producer on the film, and there were enhancements included in those charges.
Dude, these guys have to stop spawning.
In prison time, had he been found guilty.
Yeah, that would have been insane. I talked about this at the time and everybody got fucking mad at me. But like, as an individual actor, charging him for this is insane. As a producer, potentially, it's like almost a RICO in that regard, where like you have to prove like a deliberate attempt. And I guess you could do that technically. Cost cutting and that stuff would not be warrant criminal liability. No, in the world that we live in, cost cutting does not warrant criminal liability. There's a difference between what I think should happen versus what I know will happen. When I'm talking about what I know will happen, yes, I knew that like it was insane to fucking criminally consider him criminally liable. People tried to make the argument that like actors should actually unload the gun and check it themselves. Why would the fuck would there be an armorer or a person handling these lethal props if that was the case? The moment that a fucking actor handles the gun themselves, you already have destroyed that. You've destroyed the safety measures that are put in place in the industry. I had this argument over and over again, and for some weird reason, people refuse to see it. If you think I'm defending Alec Baldwin here because he's some white celebrity, you are the most delusional moron I have ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, Kira, you're exactly right. So while Baldwin is breathing a sigh of relief here, all things are still moving forward with this armor, with Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Nothing has changed for her at this moment. She is facing this count of involuntary manslaughter, and she will still stand trial at this point. And again, that trial, the preliminary part of it is set to start on May 3rd.
Politicians are fucking douchebags, and douchebags rarely ever get their comeuppance, except for this one particular GOP leader in the State Congress of Tennessee. A member of the Republican leadership in the Tennessee House of Representatives was found guilty of sexually harassing legislative interns. This literally happened yesterday. It's hot off the presses. Let's take a look. This is one of the funniest, not very shocking, but one of the funniest fucking interactions I've ever seen.
Scotty Campbell was among those who recently voted to expel the Tennessee Three, but it turns out Campbell and the GOP...
I need y'all to understand something. While the Tennessee House of Representatives was voting on the expulsion of the Tennessee Three, the Republican Leadership Committee in the Tennessee House of Representatives was aware that one of their own in the Leadership Committee was responsible for sexually harassing 19-year-old college students who were legislative interns. They knew that that was happening. They never even talked about it. They let this guy keep operating. There was literally so many accusations that they had to fucking do an investigation. They just did it quietly.
Hey, Representative Campbell, how are you, sir? We wanted to give the East Tennessee Republican a chance to respond to the findings of our...
I like how they just like came right up to him.
Capitol Hill. As I understand, you admitted to sexually harassing this intern.
Give me just 5 seconds.
Okay.
What a fucking idiot.
Campbell already knew we were investigating some serious allegations
Just a second.
about his relationship with at least one
Give me 5 seconds. Let me take a sip of my coffee real quick, brother.
legislative intern, although he would soon divulge there was a second intern.
Which direction do I need to look for your camera?
Just look at me. This memo obtained by News Channel 5 Investigates shows a
This
secret
reporter's just
ethics
like, yo,
panel
mega.
recently concluded that based on a staff investigation, the ethics subcommittee finds that Representative Campbell violated the legislature's sexual harassment policy.
I had consensual adult conversation.
In order for a Tennessee Republican to violate their ethics rules, you gotta go above and beyond. And this man, Representative Scotty Campbell, certainly did. Don't worry, more details will come in a brief moment. But just take my word for it, he definitely did do a bunch of fucked up shit.
One of the interns had an apartment in Capitol Towers, a condo apartment complex next to the Capitol, where Campbell also had a place. The Republican lawmaker allegedly saw her and a 19-year-old intern going into her apartment. According to an account the victim sent to her university, Campbell made comments about how he was in his apartment imagining that we were performing sexual acts on one another, and how it drove him crazy knowing that was happening so close to him. The woman added, I uncomfortably explained that that was not happening, and he insisted that he knew it was, and asked me to tell him about it. She continued, I explained that she is my friend, and he proceeded to describe how sexually attractive he finds her, referring to the 19-year-old intern. You were in your apartment imagining that they were performing sexual acts on one another?
That's not true.
So she's just making that up? On another occasion, the woman says she went to Campbell's apartment to return a wrench she had borrowed. Quote, he proceeded to ask how many men I've slept with. She recalled, I told him 0, and he insisted I was lying and told me not to lie. He then proceeded to ask how many women I've slept with and said he lets girls go crazy over me. You asked her about how many men she had slept with, and then asked about how many women she slept with? So you're saying she's just making all this up?
I'm saying that we had a consensual adult conversation.
Then, according to the woman's account, the Republican leader offered cannabis gummies if she would show him tattoos and piercings in her body. He did.
Off the gummy, baby. He's like, listen, babe, you want to get high off the gummy? I'm talking perk 30s, baby. This ain't no Oxycontin. This is fucking straight gummies, baby. Off that Zaza gummy.
Denies it. Her story, I told him absolutely not, and he begged me for several times. He says I was getting progressively more afraid.
This part is also terrifying, but also kind of funny in a weird way. But it's like, he literally was like, where's my hug at? Classic guy. Where's my hug at? Just reeking with desperation.
And uncomfortable, he then reached out his hand towards me and grabbed me around my neck. I recoiled and said I felt sick and immediately left. Again, Campbell says he didn't think he did anything wrong.
I was told that if anything ever crossed the line, they would tell me directly. And I'm hearing it from Phil.
But remember the report from the ethics panel finding that Campbell had indeed violated the harassment policy. So are you saying...
Like, this is what I don't get, dude. Like, what, you think you were rizzing her up? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, she literally told you, stop. He's like, well, I thought I was gonna hit that.
Saying the ethics subcommittee is lying.
That's like the thing too. Like, if you're following like what the reporter, if you're following what like the reporter's saying, like, I don't know like how like a reasonable person. This also goes back to like that talk that Jon Favreau had with like that expert. Like, he legitimately, I guess, thought that like it was okay, or like he rationalized it too in his mind that like this behavior is okay. And generally speaking, people who act like that, it usually means that where's the unstoppable? Fuck. I fucked up.
Forced when you're not at work.
But Yushinova Investigates has...
It's so funny, like, yeah, dude, totally. No, you can, like, literally do whatever you want to the legislative interns as long as they're not in the boundaries of the fucking House of Representatives, yeah. Like, how fucking stupid are you? This guy gets to have a say on matters that pertain to the lives of, like, thousands of Tennesseans, dude. It's insane. I don't get it. Isn't there, like a field, like a force field, I thought, you know, like one of them kind of things? You know, I can do whatever kind of thing I want outside of the work. Like, you mean to tell me I can't kill people outside of work? Even co-workers? You think I'm gonna get hit with an ethics violation if I kill one of my co-workers outside of work? I don't understand you. I thought this was Tennessee the way God intended.
That's where how Campbell thinks his vote to expel the Tennessee 3 squares with his own.
That is hilarious.
They broke the House rules of decorum.
And you broke the House policies regarding sexual harassment, according to this letter.
Had a consensual conversation with adults. And when the adults informed me that we could talk and that there weren't guardrails, I talked to who I thought were my friends.
Friends whose definition of friendship appears to be far different from this Republican's idea of what it means to be a friend. Again, Representative Campbell resigned about 6 hours after we confronted him with those allegations. Still, there are lots of questions that are not answered. Why did Speaker Sexton and other Republican leaders not act more decisively?
Yeah, why did he resign after it was made public by News Channel 5's investigative reporting team? They knew about it for some time. They investigated it. The investigation concluded. He didn't fucking resign after the investigation concluded. He fucking resigned after it was made public.
If you used Facebook anytime between 2007 and 2022, you could have money coming to you. But you have to register it. So quick rewind. Back in 2018, Facebook was all over the news for the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Remember the personality quiz that exposed your user data without your permission, even if you didn't take the quiz? Well, Meta, Facebook's parent company, denied wrongdoing but settled for $725 million in a class action lawsuit. That settlement is just now open for distribution. Meta telling ABC News, we pursued a settlement as it's in the best interest of our community and shareholders, adding over the last 3 years, we revamped our approach to privacy. We look forward to continuing to build services people love and trust with privacy.
Guys, get in on that class action lawsuit so you can get a whole whopping fucking 13 cents. There are no consumer
There you
protections,
go.
bro.
See the roll on those speed loader
So that handles
slacks.
some of it, but for people who want to do this, you have to.
Why are you mad that they're holding them accountable? Bro, your data was fucking used in an insane way. And Facebook's punishment for each individual who has like done this is like $787 million from Fox News to one company is good. It's a pretty solid defamation award, right? The Dominion. 8 cents for every fucking Facebook user for this level of like privacy breach is nothing.
To register, how do you do that, and how much money are we talking about, Becky?
Right. Well, one of those questions is unanswerable. So let's go to the ones that we can answer. To register, Facebook will notify users about the settlement using the notifications icon at the top of your Facebook page if you qualify. Or you can check out a Facebook user privacy settlement website where you enter your Facebook information and how you'd like to receive payment. As for the amount, that is not knowable right now. The math goes something like this. $725 million minus legal fees divided by all the people who register, which could be millions, maybe tens of millions of people. I became a journalist because I was told there'd be no math, and I do not want to have to do the math on this one.
Becky, I think it's going to be 37 cents. I'm only kidding. But unfortunately, after the legal fees, it tends to be not that much, but good for people to go out and register because showing that you care about this and the outcome, important as a consumer.
Privacy first.
Okay, once I'm done here, let's just clear out all these ads. It's getting much easier. This truly is like the stat star class.
Hassan reveals a new puppy.
It's like some hairless dog. Oh no, it's not the hairless dog, something else. Oh, look at him.
That's right.
Hassan reveals he accidentally adopted the most expensive dog breed in the world.
Tibetan Mastiffs are amongst the most incredible guardian breeds on the planet. One good look at these majorly imposing dogs makes it easy to understand why they are the most expensive dog breed in the world. With their long, shaggy manes, these guys really do look like...
Got a couple more of these in me.
XQC gets called the R word in Chinese TikTok.
主播 XQC 到底能有多 retard？ 注意看，这货是外国主播一哥，他的出名原因不是因为技术，而是因为太过于搞笑。他总能很自然的做出很多弱智的事，比如就能在和激情互动的时候不小心按到静音键。
Awkward streamer sound alert, ex-Uber driver moment.
Bro, like what?
Hey there, big boy. Somebody said that you need a phone call.
I'm working. I'm sorry.
Streamer loses his call after losing 2 games in a row.
Like, no one buys this dog shit item, bro. I would have happily just played Stanking this. My monitor broke. Unlucky.
Streamer on game devs inserting pointless mechanics.
Nothing different. Absolutely nothing different. Fingers are moving the same way. Everything is the same. But suddenly it's just like... Oops. Okay. Well, right there, you can literally see the Valdivians, like, taking out their own dicks and making you suck them. Right there. Like, you slipped. You didn't need to do that.
Streamer has
one of these imps here. What time is Black Lair? Invite starts in 10 minutes, so very soon.
No! What did I do? Wait, what did I do? Wait. What did I do? What?
Anything to get out of the ruthless.
But seeing it fix solo self-bound experience, I just want to rip the game. Because it just creates this cancer for your character. You play an intentionally fight with bad rolls just because it's more powerful. Like, if you get 40% more loot, but your character is 30% more like, okay, no. When you slow down this. Holy. What? Oh my god. Guys. Oh, I gotta turn anything off. Oh my god. My whole disc is destroyed. My whole disc is destroyed. Everything.
I'm trying to rebuild my rep.
Yeah, honestly. Are you ready? Are you gonna close your eyes? Okay. Are you gonna answer? I realized I left the plastic on! Oh no!
Hassan's mom overfeeds the dog.
You let her eat again? Oh no. Okay, well she wasn't supposed to eat again, Mom. It's okay. Put her on the pad, please. She peed on the carpet? Dude, I swear to God, there's no reason for me to train this dog because my mom is here and she will do everything in her power to ruin it. Like,
if you're not going to treat my sister
You
right,
know what? First off, he said he's gonna cheat, and he said he has stains on his chair from sitting on 12 hours a day. If you're not gonna treat my sister right, then I will.
What's up? Yo! What up? You guys got a scissor? Get outraged. Get some outraged. No way.
train the mate of Anda Holyfield.
You just say hi, just say hi. Alright, appreciate it, buddy. I'm not okay. Be blessed.
Streamer shows off a hot sauce.
We'll wait until this round is done. It's, yes, the cock sauce. Take a shot. I'm not eating a shot of hot sauce. I saw this in the store the other day, and I'm so immature, so I had to buy it. So I did. It says enjoy cock. That's all it says. It just says enjoy cock. How could you not buy it, right?
Special smart players for enemies and checkmate during the match.
React, I didn't read it yet. We have a clip from Genetics' Human League in Game 2 of that set. Oh, I have to hear my voice, so I hate that.
So commentary.
So commentary.
Good energy. He brought
Jesus.
it down really well.
I did bring it down. Good day. Yep, build it back up. Love the time. Oh no, and then he claps at him. What? This isn't, that's not real. That is not real. Wait, production, is that real? No, I need,
That's why Hazer tweeted that, dude.
That is-
I had no clue what Hazer's tweet meant until just now. Said this man's out here playing chess while we're playing checkers.
Chat never fails.
Come on, dude.
This is the Dade County Police. The guy in the back of your car has a warrant. Please stop the car.
That's just mean.
These folk got there. Hit his shit. No cap. Yo, D-Man. Thanks for hanging around the crib yesterday, bro. You forgot your toys and loop here.
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on. And I'll see you guys in the next one.
Okay. Say no more. Oh, fuck.
Cool. I think the big problem is like they just keep spawning. Damn, it's taking too long, man. This thing sucks. I didn't get any good rolls of it though. That's the only thing.
What is up, guys? It's your boy, Buffed Cacus, and today we are going to be discussing that due to a PvE meta shift that came about from the recent mid-season update, exotic primaries, and not all exotic primaries, but specific groups of exotic primary weapons in Destiny 2 are now absolutely insane, okay? They're busted. They're bussin'. No cap. On a stack, alright? I turn 30 tomorrow. This is the last time I can say this stuff, alright guys? But seriously, if you haven't tried out certain exotic primaries, you absolutely need to, and that's because the way that the recent mid-season update was applied to weaponry, exotic primaries kind of came out of this whole thing the biggest winners, right? The biggest beneficiaries. Now, why is that? Well, within the mid-season update, the main thing to impact the PvE meta was the fact that Bungie significantly buffed certain primary weapon types in order to compete with bows and SMGs. And here are those buffs. Auto rifles got a 25% damage increase, pulse rifles, hand cannons, and sidearms got a 20% damage increase, and scout rifles got a 10% damage increase. And so a lot of people ran to try out a bunch of legendary auto rifles, pulse rifles, hand cannons, etc. I made a couple videos talking about the god rolls and the legendaries you want to look at, but also you need to be looking at exotics, and that's because exotic primary weapons actually get a special damage bonus. They do 40% more damage compared to their legendary counterparts against red bar enemies. And the purpose of that is to actually make them feel exotic. If you're using an exotic primary to slay out on ads, it should feel more special and more effective than your average legendary. And especially if you do take that weapon into higher level content, something like a Grandmaster where it takes quite a few shots to kill, that 40% damage increase is really going to be noticeable. You're going to be able to kill enemies significantly quicker. But Bungie actually came out and confirmed, as you can see guys, that the damage increases that these primary weapons were getting, auto rifles, pulse rifles, etc., would also apply to exotic weapons and stack with their 40% damage against red bars. So now, you know, an exotic auto rifle, something like the Suros Regime, which I did try out recently, that's doing significantly more than 40% more damage against red bars than before this mid-season update. And so what you have here is really the concept of reaching the threshold, right? And that threshold is the shots to kill. So an example here is a hand cannon. You can increase the hand cannon damage by 5%, 7%, 12%, whatever arbitrary number you want. If it doesn't actually kill in one shot less, are you really going to notice that damage increase? You know, maybe against bigger enemies on higher level content a bit, but for most activities, unless you're actually killing quicker, you're not really gonna notice that damage increase. Well, with exotic weapons, because we have such a big bonus, that 40% bonus already, and then we're increasing that by another 25-20%, the chances to actually kill in one shot less, and even with stuff like auto rifles, more like 2 or 3 shots less, is significantly higher, and it makes them significantly more noticeable in terms of how much faster they kill after this mid-season update. And combine that with the fact that primaries now get infinite ammo. If you're an OG player like me, you remember that wasn't always the case, and you should 100% be incorporating these exotic primaries into your loadouts and trying them out. So here are some recommendations.
Oh my god.
The first one is actually the Graviton Lance Pulse Rifle. I didn't think I would like this as much as I ended up liking it, but oh my goodness, it kills pretty darn fast. Like 2 bursts, even if they're like all body shots kill these Cabal in the raid, and especially when you combine all of the insane Void benefits this season, like volatile rounds, bricks from beyond, this thing is slapping. If you do get a precision shot, then you get that massive explosion, and remember, those like after kill effects, like the Graviton explosion and a few more things we're going to talk about today, those should also be benefiting from these insane damage increases. So like, it's not just the actual shots of the Graviton that do, 60% more damage on red bars, it's the explosion that comes after as well that is significantly more deadly. Another one I did try out is the Searle's Regime. When you get spinning up going, it absolutely melts now. It just deletes enemies. The only thing is that the magazine size is so small. I wish it was just a little bit bigger so you could really go off after spinning up was active, but still a pretty decent weapon, and the healing from it is pretty noticeable as well. Now, another one I tried is the Revision Zero Exotic Pulse Rifle. This is a bit special because it didn't just get that 20% increase to pulse rifles, it actually got another specific buff to its 2-shot burst mode. So that feels a lot more powerful than it did previously. And remember guys, specifically with the Revision Zero and its exotic perk letting you build up charge essentially and then unleash these really powerful, like almost sniper rifle shots, those do some of the most damage you can do, period, with a primary weapon. So those shots also just got 20% more damage. Now, moving on from there, one a lot of people have had their eyes on is the Quicksilver Storm. It has a new exotic catalyst that actually turns it into a strand weapon. Originally, in the beginning part of the season, it was glitched and it didn't get that 40% increased damage against red bars, but that actually got fixed, and also it gets that 25% damage increase for auto rifles. Like the Quicksilver Storm is arguably the best strand weapon like in the game right now. It's pretty nuts, aside from the Immortal, but we're talking PvE here, guys. Now, moving on from there, another really interesting one on the sidearm side of things is the Traveler's Chosen. This is often overlooked, guys, but in ability-focused builds, the amount of ability energy you can get back, like consuming the charges of Traveler's Chosen, is actually nuts. Like, you can just get a few easy kills. Remember, full auto is in the game now as an accessibility setting, so turn that on, ride the lightning, hold it down, it's doing 20% more damage, you get easy kills, you consume those stacks, you can get your entire grenade back after just a few kills. It is actually nuts. Moving on from there, also a sidearm, the Rat King. The Rat King has been taking down raid bosses because it actually does more damage and fires faster if you have more people in your fire team using the Rat King. So again, the damage the Rat King can do if you have all 6 people using it is enough to take down raid bosses. You can add 20% more damage on top of that? That could actually be a serious contender. Moving on from there, I'm not sure this is affected or not, but hey, it's worth taking a look at the Ariana's Vow. It's a hand cannon, so presumably it should have gotten that 20% damage buff, but it's a special weapon. Again, I don't 100% know if this did get affected, but if it did, whoa, that is worth incorporating and trying that out. Moving on from there, another great hand cannon, the Malfeasance. This thing is one of the biggest beneficiaries of the full auto setting because it's a rapid fire frame, 20-round magazine. Now you can hold the trigger, it just feels so much better to use. Not to mention, its explosions that it causes with its exotic perk that do way more damage, they actually got a 50% damage buff somewhat recently, like within the last few seasons. So now stack another 20% on top of that, this thing actually kills pretty darn fast in PvE now. And then, lastly, guys, if you like the Graviton Lance, the Sunshot is where it's at. And again, this is really the epitome of that threshold concept. If you can kill one shot sooner with something like a stun shot, where you are, putting all of your eggs into that precision kill basket, and once you get that precision kill and you start popping off with enemies, remember, enemies killed by the explosion the stun shot causes will also explode and cause another explosion. So one single precision shot with the stun shot can pop off like you wouldn't believe. Very, very good weapon to try out. But of course, guys, those are just my recommendations. Have you been using any exotic primaries that have been performing really well that I didn't mention? Let me know in the comment section. Guys, that is it for the video. Hope you enjoyed and found this informative. If you did, please remember to help me out by simply rating and especially
I have noticed
sharing
it too,
this
especially
video.
with the Sunshot.
If you guys want to see more Destiny 2 content similar to this, don't be afraid to slap that subscribe button. If you want to get in touch with me and keep up to date with the latest channel activity, the best way is to follow me on Twitter at Rick Kakis. That is linked in the description down below. Again, I hope you enjoyed the video, and as always, have a good day.
Rick Kakis.
All right, guys. Discord group chat got leaked. Homie's in trouble. And by in trouble, I mean he's going into a hole in the ground and never coming out.
We believe now that the FBI has arrested the person
What
who
a dumb motherfucker, dude.
is behind the leaks of these documents. His name is Jack Teixeira, 21-year-old.
Just to be considered cool in Discord.
Massachusetts Air National Guard.
Yeah, so there's this guy, and he's like a nobody, right? He doesn't have any power or influence. Apparently, he leaked classified military documents to his Discord server to impress the losers that he was friends with. This guy's like a alt-right guy, like he's like a Nazi or whatever, and
there's no proof of that.
Buddies, you know, hungry for Discord kitten pussy. Okay, yeah, he's trying to score some Discord kitten pussy in his Discord server, Thug Shaker Central. Did the server mates report him then? No, apparently some of them just leaked it elsewhere, and the feds kind of tracked it back to its original point. Yeah, this guy's going in a hole in the ground. Some people are calling him a whistleblower. To be clear, he's not. Whistleblowers are trying to protest injustice. They're blowing the whistle on something. They are revealing information to bring about political change. He was just leaking info for Discord kitten pussy. It's, whether or not you're pro or against it, categorically it's not whistleblowing. But anyway, why do you call literally everyone a Nazi? Isn't this dude literally far right? What do you mean, bro, why do you call literally everyone? I call Nazis Nazis. It's not my fault there are a lot of them. Yes, literally? No, yeah, he's like literally a Nazi. Yeah.
There are some pictures there coming in, I believe.
He shot guns and yelled anti-Jewish slurs at the same time. Ah, he posted JQ shit. Yeah.
Showing some of the law enforcement activity there at the family home in Massachusetts, where the arrest was made.
Man, you know you're in deep doo when you get arrested. A guy in an armored car. Yeah, they don't. They're not sending the cops after you. This bro never coming out. They dug a deep hole for this one. Yeah, 5 stars in GTA. There are 4 helicopters over his house. Yeah, didn't somebody post that? Hold on, Discord Intel helicopter. Yeah, wasn't there I saw it. There was the flight tracker. It was literally like there were 4 helicopters circling over his home. Honey, the entire U.S. military is here to see you. I can't find it. Damn. Well, someone in chat will post it. Dylan? Well, you find it. Dylan's got it, I think. Dylan B. There we go. Oh my God. They're making donuts over your house. And boys, these are not press helicopters, the kind you see all the time. These are not press helicopters. These probably aren't even police helicopters, okay? These are probably military helicopters. Looking up at the sky, shielding your eyes only to find it's unnecessary as the 4 fucking Blackhawks are blocking out the sun anyway. Oh no, oh no.
This is now obviously in the hands of, there you see the pictures of someone who is being believed to be Teixeira, who is being taken into custody. The FBI was preparing to do this. They had hoped to have a little more time as part of this investigation, but the identity of this person was made public by some of the news media reports, the New York Times, and of course the Washington Post, which has been doing a lot of reporting on this over the last few days, reported on his identity. So I'm told by sources that the investigation kind of accelerated as a result of his identity becoming public. So now we expect that he's going to be taken to a federal court there in Massachusetts, in Boston, where the procedure will begin.
That's so stupid, dude. God damn it.
Court is a euphemism for hole in the ground.
And bring him down to the Washington, D.C. area, where we expect that the charges are going to be filed for his connection to the leaking of these documents. At this point, there's not a lot we know about the...
He leaked the documents by taking photos of the papers while showing his kitchen tops rather than publishing them as a PDF. They identified him using the kitchen tops. Jeez. Oh, man, dude, the surveillance state. Bro taking a picture of military intel, and the right-hand corner of the image is your granite kitchen top, and the FBI corresponding the specific grain and spec of your granite to like a database of every house in America, where like there's like some guy with 17 pairs of like lenses in front of his glasses, like cycling through every countertop they've ever gotten data on until they get a match at this guy's house in Bumfuck nowhere. They literally track the grain in the rock boss. You're not wrong. I'm not wrong!
Exact charges. We expect we might hear more from the Attorney General and from the Justice Department soon, whenever they decide to make public the charges that are to be announced. But we do know, obviously, that they, as you can hear from that briefing just now at the Pentagon, they're treating this as a criminal matter. They believe that there's some serious national security damage that has been done by the exposure of these documents. The Washington Post said that there's as many as 500 documents that they had seen on various platforms, including on the chat room, Discord, which is a gaming platform, and so that's of course now in the hands of the Justice Department and prosecutors, who are going to be bringing the federal charges against this young man. Again, 21-year-old Jack Teixeira.
So the military intel that got leaked included some stuff that pertained to the Ukraine war. This is where we got the information that apparently Syria was willing to sell out Russia as an ally by providing support to Ukraine in exchange for money. According to the reports, I believe it's been found that, like, reliable estimates, at least according to our State Department, which, we have a pretty sophisticated intel apparatus, show that apparently Russia has taken twice as many casualties as Ukraine. So that's nice. However, there was an edited version of the document which suggested that Ukraine has lost 7 times as many people as Russia has, which was then used in a Tucker Carlson segment to argue that we need to get out of Ukraine because they're losing the war over there. So the intel said Ukraine is doing better than Russia, and then it circulated in pro-Russian telegrams where it got edited to say actually Russia's blowing Ukraine out.
Dude, why are they respawning?
With the misinformation
That's not fair. Come on,
by the
man.
Russians
Even in the regular, like fucking.
say we need to leave. Likewise, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is no shit on the House National Security Committee, has defended the leaker. So she's literally on the committee whose job it is to protect national security, and she's defended him because he's white, male, Christian, and anti-war. And by anti-war, what she means is that this Nazi is pro-Russian, which is why it's circulated on pro-Russian forums. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's on the House Committee for National Security, is defending a Nazi who leaked national security info on the grounds that he too is a Nazi. And they're both pro-Russian. Great stuff. As for whether or not I care for the leaks, I mean, the leaks are probably going to get people killed. I'm pretty sure there was like modern.
Come on, man.
Intel,
I have to like finish this off.
Pro-Russian telegrams, which makes it likely that the information was used to attack Ukrainian positions. As a general rule, I'm in favor of transparency, but obviously my favorability towards transparency usually.
I don't like the fact that like these guys are like coming back like this. It's annoying, man.
Funding and spending. I want transparency in the behavior of elected officials, on policies, on surveillance, on security, stuff like that. I don't want transparency on where are Ukrainian soldiers resisting a fascist invasion right now at this moment. That's not. I'm okay with there not being that much.
Give me some sort of cue that he's like winding up to that. This is so fucking stupid. Update these fucking things, man.
Even if it's done in an irresponsible manner, as was the case here. In this specific case, this just led to harm. It didn't lead to anything much useful, though I did find the serious stuff quite funny. Also included sensitive info on Taiwan's defense. Interesting. I didn't know that. Important info on Taiwan's defenses. Leaked that Taiwan is vulnerable to air attack, legit dangerous information. Ah, nice. Leaked documents include troubling assessment of Taiwan's ability to ward off Chinese air attacks.
This is not hard. It's just annoying that they keep spawning.
Oh, Serbia, not Syria. I said Syria.
Fucking wasting my time,
Serbia,
dude.
not Syria.
Jesus
Syria
Christ.
is not providing funds to Ukraine. That is not Serbia, not Syria. Yeah. Is this that much of a surprise? Like, did anyone really believe that Taiwanese defenses would be able to hold off Chinese air power on their own? Obviously, like, Taiwan wouldn't be able to survive if it weren't for US military intervention. Still, it's not good to leak that stuff. You know, I am okay with some information the government has being kept secret. The concept of national security is not a fundamentally, like, right-wing thing. You know, like, I don't think it's to the benefit of the people in a nation that every bit of information the government knows be made public. Most information, yes. Like, I would say probably, like, I'm spitballing here. 90% of the stuff the government knows that we don't, we should know. But there are, of course, things where national security is a relevant concern. And it's, you know, it's not a mistake that this is being supported by far-right people. I saw CatTurd02 on Twitter was defending the leaks, but then somebody posted that CatTurd02 said that Chelsea Manning should rot in a hole in the ground. Obviously, the reason right-wing people are defending this guy is because he is white, Christian, and male. Whereas Chelsea Manning, well, at the time, Chelsea Manning was thought to be white and male. I don't think there was any question. Chelsea Christian? I don't think Chelsea's Christian. Look, you get what I mean. They support fascists, and they don't support not fascists. Don Jr. said the leaks may end up averting World War III. Well, yeah, again, because they're pro-Russia, right? So they'll support anything. If Jaxie started leaking conversation,
The Republican Party supporting like fucking Russia in 2023. Who would have guessed that?
Against Russia in Ukraine. This is the reason why these documents were leaked. It's all just anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia stuff. All this info, none of it matters. We are not at war with Russia. We are providing military support to Ukraine, which is a normal thing to do to allies during their wartime. It's not new, it's not special. It's not being done secretively. We're extremely transparent, unlike what Russia did when they were supplying arms, armaments, ammunition, and people to the separatists that they backed in the Donbass back in 2014 and onward. We are very transparent with our support to Ukraine. We're not hiding it. We publicly announced that we're going to provide $50 billion or whatever of military support to Ukraine. It's not a secret. Anyway, the pro-Russian people are going crazy over this. Let me see if I can find the Ukraine, hold on, Intel leak Ukraine war casualties. The actual numbers. Pentagon leaks Russian special forces decimated by Ukraine war. Show me. Where's the image? Show me, show me, show me. The leaks show that Mossad was helping the protests in Israel. Really? That's interesting. Wow.
Oh,
People really don't like Netanyahu, huh? Yikes. This is an article on Tucker Carlson's thing. Tucker Carlson shared made-up casualty figures from leaked intel to argue Ukraine is losing the war. Actual leaked U.S. intelligence documents paint a very different picture. The actual leaked classified U.S. documents show that more than twice as many Russian soldiers as Ukrainian troops have been killed. That is really good. I think the leak included info that NATO advisors are on the ground, but that expected should be... Oh, yeah, that's normal. So, to be clear, okay, we can use, like, examples from history, all right? During World War II, when Germany was bombing London, we provided armed support to the United Kingdom. That doesn't mean we were at war. We were not at war with Germany. The United Kingdom was our ally, so we provided them arms. If if American officials went over to the United Kingdom during that time to talk with them, that would not be us joining the war. The thing that would make us be joining the war would be if we committed troops to engage in direct contact with them. That is what is internationally agreed upon as the point at which you have definitely committed to actual military engagement. That is the point. I would have been surprised if there weren't people in Ukraine, Vosh. Well, yeah, of course we have people there. Didn't Vietnam have Russian and Chinese military advisors? Yeah. Well, they also had, troops to it. Yeah. There was only 29 U.S. personnel in Ukraine. They're just in the embassy. Yeah. It's nothing. It's nothing. They're
what am I looking at here?
Desperate to
Just taking a look at some builds.
America is directly involved when we're not. The document suggests that Russia had suffered between 190,000 and 220,000 casualties, with up to 43,000 troops killed in action. That is a lot. How many casualties did we have in Iraq over the whole time of our occupation? We had 4,400 deaths in Iraq, so they're at 10 times that in only 1 year. What about total casualties? In Vietnam, it was 50K-ish. Wait, hold on. U.S. deaths in Vietnam. 58,000 U.S. military. Holy shit. In 1 year, Russia is approaching the total number of troops we lost in the Vietnam War. The disastrous war that ended up, like, permanently reorienting American culture towards distrust of the government and distrust of war. The military engagement that was so costly and so demoralizing to the American people that it ended up, like, literally, like, single-handedly reshuffling our attitude on military conflict. Wow. What about Soviet deaths in Afghanistan? Only 15,000 over the course of 10 years. Holy shit. In 1/10 the time, they've had like 3 times the deaths in Ukraine that they did in Afghanistan. And Afghanistan was so costly that it contributed to bringing down the Soviet Union. This is going pretty badly for Russia. They lied about those troops. Now you're saying it's more than 15,000? 14 to 20,000? Thereabouts. Russia lost up to 15K in Chechnya? Seriously? 15,000? You mean 50,000 casualties, surely. 50,000 deaths? What are the Russians doing? Over a decade, estimates range from 10,000 to 50,000 Russian servicemen killed in Chechnya? Jesus Christ. Okay, look. Anyway, look. This at least indicates things are going well for the Ukrainians, right? 43,000 deaths from Russia to 17,500 for Ukraine, and for casualties, nearly twice as many for Russia as for Ukraine. Have you looked up their World War II stats? I'm not going to draw any comparisons to Soviet deaths in World War II, because if we were to match all of these on a chart, the Soviet deaths in World War II would so eclipse every other number that we wouldn't be able to see them or make any comparisons. They lost tens of millions in World War II. Incomparable. This is the advantage of having a miserable country. Your soldiers have little to lose anyway. It's the reason why the ideology of fascists is so dedicated to maximizing human misery. It does make them effective little meat puppets, but it gives them, at least in this case, pretty low morale. Probably contributes to their battlefield failures. How is the left reacting to this leak? The only person on the left that I've seen really cover this is Hassan, and all I've seen him say is that he just thinks leaks are good broadly, which I don't think is a very sophisticated or high IQ take, but it's also not what a lot of people are doing, which is saying like, yeehaw, pro-Russia, howdy howdy, which, you know, is probably better than nothing. MTG supports the leak. Yet another horseshoe theory moment. I don't think supporting the leak is that big of a deal unless you put a lot of thought into it, at which point I think it's pretty obvious you shouldn't support the leak.
We'll do that. Yeah, I need something to boost that up. I got a couple of these bad boys. Take that dead weight. The bottom dollar, y'all. Hold on.
Human minds and artificial bodies.
Sam Cedar responds to caller. Here, let me take a look at this Destiny video.
What's the deal with Sneeko right now?
The bridge is burned.
Why?
Because he keeps shit talking me in the most fucking way to look cool in front of his loser friends, who are all going to be irrelevant in 2 fucking years.
That sucks.
He keeps talking, like, Melina DM'd him to do content, like, one time, like, 2 months ago, and then he DM'd her to do content 2 weeks ago, and every time he goes on a show, he's always like, oh, Melina's in my DMs, like, his wife is, and I know how, like, crazy it is for, like, me to fuck her and shit. And it's like, what the f— he's, like, actually such a fucking loser.
That is, like, fucking weird, dude.
Why is he doing you like that?
I don't know, man. Like, why you want to burn that bridge like that, dude? Like, you know, like, why you breaking up, like, another man's wife like that? That's not right. Bro, this guy's been, like, good to you, too.
He wants to look cool in front of his, like, cool friends.
Sucks, bro. You remember when you took him out to dinner and we had a good time and everyone was laughing?
Yeah, like I was when your mom.
She's right here, tell her.
We gotta put her on.
What does this work? Oh, you're clammed up. You didn't say anything. That's weird.
Sorry. Ugh, sorry. Might be because he doesn't want to reverse the cuck stuff. Or he wants to reverse cuck stuff so people don't view him as that anymore if he's spinning it around on other people. We could do that if he wants to do like spy versus spy games, where we're constantly trying to fuck each other's women. He wants to play that game. Uh-oh. That'll be the real
track of Shadow Legion movements. So far, they haven't tested.
Do you think he dislikes you, or do you think he sees you as an easy clout
I'm
thing?
pretty sure he likes me. Every third party I've ever hung out with him says it seems like he likes me. But I think he feels a lot of peer pressure to throw me under the bus in front of his, like, the new group of, like, friend bullies that he's, like, trying to get in with. Which makes it even worse.
That's, that sucks.
Well, it's just the mind of a weak man, you know?
Everyone turns on you. Fucking everyone, man.
Well, to be fair, the Sneeko Bridge, he's been in that community since the start. That's not, like, the most unsurprising thing in the world. But it's still annoying, but...
You're so cool with people clowning you like Sneeko, but with
I'm
Lab,
not
you're
cool
gonna
with people
sue the
clowning me
fuck
like
out of
Sneeko.
her?
What do you mean? What?
No, bro, you're still friends with him.
No, I'm not. Fuck that guy. I burned the bridge today. I already told you. Yeah, what the fuck? That shit is wild.
What did he say that was crazy?
He's running around, like, doing these, like, cuck comments about me when I'm, like, so careful about it with him, like, on these other podcasts in a non-joking manner. It's fucking weird as fuck. It's fucking retarded.
So with Sneeko, you're like, you know what, what's your line? Oh, you don't want me to make fun of your cuck shit? But when Q says, yo, relax with dissing the prophet around me, you ignore that, you're satanic. But you know what? It is what it is. Okay, so he betrayed you because you told him that's my line and he keeps crossing it. So it's fuck that guy for life? Or is it like, you know, are you gonna release a tweet of you saying, I cleared the fucking slate with all of the people, I'm cool with them?
I don't know. We'll see in the future what happens, okay?
So you're telling me if he reached out to you and he said, Destiny, I want to talk with you, you're not gonna have a conversation with him?
If you wanted to talk, sure, yeah.
Okay, so he's not a Britney level, even though she didn't say anything that crazy about you. She didn't call you a cuck. She just said you can't fight and other shit.
My expectations for Brittany and Sneeko are way different. Brittany is like 30 years old or something, and we have like a semi-friendly relationship, and we don't occupy completely ideologically opposed parts of the internet. It's a different type of relationship that we have.
What was so crazy? Because you allowed people to step on you 1,000 times harder than she did, and yet you've been cordial with them, and you still had conversations with them, and you still allowed them back into your life. What was so crazy about what she said to you that caused you to go full nuclear with her?
Because we were on friendly terms, right? If I, like, Fuentes says crazy shit about me, but I'm not friends with Nick Fuentes. I don't consider him like a person I'm even, like, I'm friendly-ish with and that we could do content, or we did in the past. But it's a different expectation, right? Like, if Sneeko went out and said some shit, I'm gonna look a lot differently at that versus, like, Dan going out and saying shit.
That's fair. So you're telling me the greatest thing that she did to you wasn't what she did, it's what she betrayed. She betrayed the friendship that you thought that you had between you and her. And which, by the way, was it reciprocal or was it
I don't know if I would say betrayed the friendship. I think the big issue is that this is a person that I thought understood me fairly well, that I had like a decent amount of like personal conversation with, even if they were online, and for them to have like such an insane view of me in their head was just like I don't understand. Like for Sneeko, I understand. He's trying to appease his like new fucking friends. He's a retarded fucking 24-year-old insecure young man, like looking to like copy another new father figure in his life right now to Andrew Tate. I can understand him being retarded to an extent, right? But yeah, I don't have the same expectations or understanding of somebody like Brittany. That was the difference. All right, bye.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget the notification bell so that my videos show up right in your feed.
There's Destiny. Okay. So ideally, you're supposed to like not have malfeasance up. Okay, let's see. That's actually not bad. Recovery, I could care less about. So I get rid of this. That's actually really good. This and this are actually really good. This is better. Yeah, we're probably going to end up going back to the playlist. Let's go back to watch later. Let me just remove all the videos that we already got watched. That we already watched. You can, it's a nice little feature here. So go here.
Legal analyst Ellie Honig joins us now. Ellie, first, can you give us a little insight into who Mark Pomerantz is? That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, Jim. So Mark Pomerantz was a prosecutor with the Manhattan DA. He's now Jim Jordan's star witness. So let me explain how that happens. Now, Pomerantz, many years ago, was a federal prosecutor at the Southern District.
Jordan's gonna regret that.
Later, I would work along with Alvin Bragg, actually, who was a colleague of mine. Pomerantz came out of retirement a couple years ago to join the Manhattan DA's investigation of Donald Trump. By his own statement, since then, Pomerantz has said he was essentially obsessed with nailing Donald Trump. Now, Alvin Bragg takes over as the DA about a year ago, in early 2022. Pomerantz brings Alvin Bragg a half-baked case relating to Donald Trump's valuation of assets, and Bragg says it's not ready yet. What does Pomerantz do? He doesn't do more work. He quits, and he goes on a publicity tour, and he writes a book giving away all sorts of stuff that's happening inside the DA's office. Now, Alvin Bragg, many other former prosecutors associations came out and said Pomerantz is undermining the investigation. He's giving away inside secrets. His book is called An Inside Account. And now, sure enough, as a result of that, Jim Jordan's attention has been piqued. And so now Jim Jordan's going to be questioning Mark Pomerantz, trying to dig up dirt in front of the public.
And so what are the House Republicans on the Judiciary Committee hoping to learn from Mark Pomerantz? Is it going to have any kind of effect on the indictment?
Witness.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shouldn't, but it'll be an interesting bit of testimony because on the one hand, Pomerantz has said publicly and in his book, he thinks Donald Trump's a felon. He thinks Donald Trump should be indicted for all manner of conduct. On the other hand, Pomerantz has said in his book and publicly, he never believed in the hush money case. He did not think there was enough evidence to charge that publicly. And I think one of the arguments is going to be Pomerantz is so obviously politically motivated. He came out of retirement to work for free. Like I said, he's obsessed with nailing Donald Trump. And I think the argument's going to be his political bias infected that office and the investigation that he was once part of.
And Ellie, let's talk about the potential legal peril for the president's son, Hunter Biden. His lawyers are scheduled to meet with Justice Department officials this coming week to talk about their long-running investigation. There haven't been too many public developments in this case, but I suppose that may be changing. What could be next?
Yeah, so this case has been pending somehow, Jim, since 2018, since the last administration. Here we are 5 years later. It's completely inexplicable to me how nobody's made a decision, yes or no, charge or don't charge Hunter Biden. This is not a complex case. This involves his individual tax returns and a sort of obscure firearms law. There's no way this should have taken so long, but we are now learning that his lawyers are going in to meet with DOJ prosecutors. A common thing that happens, you try to talk the prosecutors out of bringing a charge, and usually, Jim, that will happen towards the end game, although this has been dragging on so long. Who knows where they are? But look, someone's got to make a decision here. There's absolutely no reason this case needs to continue to linger and fester.
And let me ask you, I mean, we just heard from Zach Cohen a few moments ago about the situation down in Georgia. I mean, what do you make of some of that reporting that the Trump legal team may have been trying to use apparently, or talking about using apparently breached election data in Georgia to try to decertify a Senate race there, and how that may fold into that Bonnie Willis investigation, the Fulton County DA's investigation down in Georgia? I mean, it sounds like a new wrinkle in that case potentially.
It's great reporting by Zach, and assuming Bonnie Willis has that same evidence at her disposal, this could be evidence of a straightforward crime, essentially of hacking unauthorized access to a a computer. And Jim, I think if it proves out, it could play into Bonnie Willis's larger case. It looks like she's gearing up to charge a fairly broad case involving an ongoing scheme, perhaps even a racketeering scheme, to interfere with the election. So I think this could be an interesting and sort of tangible piece of evidence in that larger case.
All right, Eli Honig, thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
Did you see Sam Cedar said taking Russia-China brokering peace in Ukraine? What? America brain rot at its worst. From a person who joined in the past 24 hours, I hope no one else will react to this and demand better from our collective peers.
What did you all think about Lulu's policy decision on dealing with the peace treaty route, which might be possible by China and Russia alliance? Do you think he's short-sighted, or does he actually have a valid point about the U.S. being the power player wanting continued war in Ukraine? There is no doubt in my mind that there are elements of the U.S. foreign policy apparatus that are opportunistically using this as an opportunity to sell more weapons, test more weapons, to get a better sense of what Russian power is. I mean, what's amazing is, from those leaks, is how much the U.S. seems to have...
That's all completely correct. Of course they're taking advantage of it. Like, obviously they're taking advantage of it, yeah. The question is whether or not America is deliberately prolonging the war, which is what I disagree with. But yeah, they're taking advantage of it, for sure.
Infiltrating.
Russian intelligence.
Russian intelligence. The Russian intelligence, yes. One can imagine, sort of where their position. At the same time, what's also fascinating is that you learn that even if you have individuals who are feeding you a amount of intelligence intel from Russia, the Russian system is such that nobody really had a genuine assessment of their power. That there was a lot of delusion happening in the country. Do I think it would be good for Russia and China to forge some type of peace? Yes, I think anybody trying to forge peace there is good. If China can get Russia to withdraw and
base. I was waiting, the implicit precondition, right? And it's like, oh yeah, if China can get Russia to withdraw from Ukraine, yeah, I'm fully in. Yeah. Yeah, it comes down to the peace part. And I'm not happy about it either. But if China could get Russia to go okay, we'll retreat from the Donbass, but you keep Crimea, I think that's at least a starting point that one could engage in, as opposed to the current set of conditions Russia has with the delusion.
Stop invading the country. I think that's a good thing. And I don't think it's a bad thing for people to encourage that to happen. But, that's ultimately what's got to happen.
China was successful, and right now, Saudi Arabia, the Omani representatives, and the Houthi coalition are in talks to put a permanent ceasefire in place in Yemen, and that was preceded by China getting Iran and Saudi Arabia to the table for the first time since this has begun. So, that speaks to some positive developments there in terms of them trying to open up diplomatic avenues as a part of them flexing their muscle as a power in the world. Is it in their interest to do so? Sure, but from Lula's perspective, I don't see anything problematic about that idea.
All right, 5 more.
Yep, completely unassailable, flawless. Mental, what's the opposite of a mental midget? A mental giant. A mental monster. Sam Cedar, yet again. Mental Gojira, all right? Invading the Japanese coastline, using his laser beams to destroy that argument. So good. Mental Leviathan.
here is an example of desperation, or what is causing some of the desperation with Ron DeSantis. Fox Business's Stuart Varney had Representative Michael Waltz, Republican from Florida. This is the guy who filled DeSantis's seat, right?
Yes,
in Congress.
Yep.
DeSantis was a Florida congressman before Donald Trump totally made Ron DeSantis possible.
Appointed him to the governorship.
Basically appointed him.
He got his seat in the House by running ads reading The Art of the Deal to his kids. So
here is this guy.
No, DeSantis.
DeSantis.
Yeah.
But here is Michael Waltz, who replaced DeSantis. Very good. Former friend now, maybe, of DeSantis. This is why some of the DeSantis people are freaking out.
And you've got news for us. You just endorsed Donald Trump for president. Why Trump and why now?
Well, Stu, I want to be clear. We have a great governor. We have an abundance of leadership in Florida. But my focus here in Washington is keeping the country safe. And we need bold leadership. We need experienced leadership. And as I walk down the list, from taking out Baghdadi, taking out Soleimani, the maximum pressure campaign on Iran, turning the tables on China, we have to get back to that before it's too late. And I got to tell you too, Stu, every time I told the president needing something for my district, he answered the phone or called me back within hours, and always delivered. So that's what it's about, Stu, and I'm proud to support him.
First off, Ron DeSantis, despite his desires, does not have the ability to assassinate people with our military yet. The idea that Donald Trump was successful with anything in terms of Iran or China, I think, is just a complete fallacy. Iran is en route to a nuclear weapon now, is far less isolated than they were even then, just like made some peace accords with the help of China, with Saudi Arabia. I don't know what turn things around with China meant in terms of Donald Trump, but putting that aside, there is a personal slight here, I think.
Yes.
He returns my phone calls. Unlike some other people I don't know.
Well, when you were out, Sam, there was a report in the Miami Herald that DeSantis's allies within state government are starting to get a little pissed off and antsy that he has not announced yet. I'd imagine that Michael Waltz is connected with those guys in the Florida Republican political machine. I think people are just like, why are you letting this dude lay a bunch of hits on you and not fight back yet? I mean, leaving this vacuum for him. Basically every Republican, 98% of Republicans in power want someone other than Trump to be the nominee for the general election. Then you got the real crazies, who love him still, but there's an understanding that they'll probably lose the general if Trump's the nominee. So they need to move.
All for it, baby.
I also think there's like a clear, as you said, beyond like the personal element, Sam, like amongst a few other members of Congress too, who have, went out and endorsed Trump instead. Just this idea that DeSantis does not have the capabilities, whether intentionally or unintentionally, to do or exhibit the retail politics that is necessary to run, that Trump is really good at. Like Greg Steube, another Florida congressman, basically was like, his basic message when he was on Fox talking about this was like, my district was essentially underwater. There was a huge storm in Fort Lauderdale. The airport was closed because it was so flooded. And he was like, and DeSantis was in New Hampshire, doing a town hall. And he hasn't even announced that he's running for president. So without even the undergirding of the candidacy, it almost just seems like to even his potential allies that he's just wasting time.
DeSantis is he's very aloof. Like, the unknown about Ron DeSantis is being like peeled apart bit by bit, and he's just like a strange, weird guy. And no offense, you can be strange and weird, because Donald Trump is strange and weird, but he's strange and weird in all the good ways.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, we have now learned, has been for years claiming income from a company that did not actually exist when he said he earned income from that company. Now, is this simply a paperwork mistake or an innocent mix-up, or is it the latest in multiple new chapters of the questions surrounding Clarence Thomas? We are going to discuss all of it. Now, you may be saying, David, I just heard something about Clarence Thomas. A week and a half ago, before you left, you told us about Clarence Thomas's financial relationship with a billionaire, vacations, yachts, all sorts of different things. And yes, that is indeed true. But there are now multiple new allegations against Clarence Thomas. So let's jump into the first one. This is from a Washington Post investigation.
Can you believe it?
Which says Clarence Thomas has for years claimed income from a defunct real estate firm. The misstatements, which began when a family business transferred its holdings to another company, are part of a pattern that has raised questions about how the Supreme Court justice views his obligation to accurately report details about his finances to the public. The details are actually relatively straightforward here. Over the last 2 decades, Clarence Thomas has reported on financial disclosure forms that his family was receiving rental income to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars from a company called Ginger Limited Partnership. That company, which is a Nebraska real estate firm launched in the 1980s, has not existed since 2006. Okay, that's 17 years that this company has not existed. That company was shut down and a separate firm was created. The similarly named firm assumed control of the shuttered company. But Clarence Thomas keeps reporting that he's making between $50,000 and $100,000 a year from that company. There is no mention of the actual company that exists, Ginger Holdings LLC. Now, could this just be an innocent paperwork error? Well, the article addresses that. It says the previously unreported misstatement might be dismissed as a paperwork error, but it is among a series of errors and omissions that Thomas has made on these forms over the last many decades. And if you take them all together, there are a number of red flags here. Now, this is not the only new controversy involving Clarence Thomas. The Grio reports Thomas sold real estate to a donor and didn't report that he did that. This is yet another one of these, oh, it's a mistake, which just by coincidence makes it seem as though Thomas has fewer financial entanglements with donors and influence peddlers. The Grio reports the 2014 real estate deal shines a new light on Thomas's decades-old relationship with Harlan Crow. That is the real estate magnate and financier for conservative causes who I told you about a week and a half ago. And indeed, Harlan Crow bought properties, 3 properties, belonging to Clarence Thomas and his family in a transaction worth more than $100,000 that Thomas did not ever report. So listen, Clarence Thomas should resign. The totality of the financial picture here is an absolute nightmare. Over the weekend, I read about something called the Abe Fortas President. Fortas is spelled F-O-R-T-A-S. Abe Fortas was a Supreme Court justice appointed by LBJ in 1965. He was nominated by LBJ to Chief Justice in '68, but that nomination was eventually withdrawn because of controversy related to his financial dealings. And the Fortas precedent refers to this kind of tradition that has emerged since his nomination was withdrawn, which suggests Supreme Court nominees who have been the subject of significant controversy or opposition during their confirmation process may not be successful in their bid for appointment to the court. So in other words, the idea is, if a Supreme Court nominee becomes too controversial, they ultimately are not going to succeed. And it's been cited a whole bunch of different times. It came up with Brett Kavanaugh. We know Brett Kavanaugh ultimately did become Supreme Court Justice, etc. And the idea here is it's time to go, it's time to get out. Now, whether this actually is going to come to force when it comes to Clarence Thomas is unclear. But the argument that's being made is this all actually goes back to Clarence Thomas's start on the court. It goes back to those hearings where Clarence Thomas was accused of sexual harassment, and we should have known at the time that he was unfit to serve on the court. That, in a way, telegraphed or predicted what ultimately is coming to pass with Clarence Thomas, which is a sort of 20-year record of endless forms of financial impropriety questions, which ultimately are going to force him off the court. Now, do I believe Clarence Thomas is actually going to be forced off of the court? I really don't. I really don't. And one of the things that we have seen is that while on paper there are all sorts of different rules and conventions and stipulations and laws, when they are actually challenged, just because a check or balance is there in writing does not mean it will actually be enforced. We've seen so many Hatch Act violations during the Trump administration, Kellyanne Conway and others. It all went nowhere. We've seen all sorts of violations of the way presidents are supposed to comport themselves during the Trump administration, and at least for the most part, there have been no consequences. So do I believe that Thomas should resign? Of course. Do I believe that Clarence Thomas has violated those judicial canons which say that judges and justices should avoid not only actual impropriety, but even the appearance of impropriety? Of course that's been violated by Clarence Thomas, but do I believe he will actually be held accountable for it? I don't. If you do, I want to hear from you, because if anything, we've learned over the last 6 years that unless we really have a system not only willing to have checks and balances, but to actually enforce them and hold people accountable for them, nothing happens. And that's been the greatest lesson of the last 6 years for me.
I'm Ben Meiselas from the Midas Touch Network. As things start to heat up again in Fani Willis, the Fulton County District Attorney's criminal investigation into Donald Trump's 2020 election interference, we are starting to learn more about the specific pieces of information that may form the basis of these racketeering charges that many, including myself, expect Fulton County District Attorney's Office to bring against Donald Trump and others who were involved in his criminal conspiracy to interfere with the 2020 election. And just so you know, what a racketeering charge allows a prosecutor to do, and it's often used in mafia cases, is to basically charge everybody the same way who are involved in a conspiracy, from the mafia foot soldiers all the way up to the top, to the boss. And if you take that and you bring that into the context of Donald Trump's 2020 election interference, and since Trump essentially acts like a mob boss, you could basically charge him with the same criminal conduct as the operatives who were effectuating his desires to engage in 2020 election interference. And so some of the very powerful information and evidence that we believe Fani Willis has is also coming from this CNN report that just broke, and that is these text messages that CNN managed to get their hands on. These text messages between these Trump operatives, and in these text messages, these Trump operatives discuss using election data that they obtained when they breached local election offices in various counties across the country, from Antrim County in Michigan to Coffee County in Georgia. And then they ultimately tried to take that data, misrepresent the data in filing their various lawsuits lawsuits and preparing various reports to basically attack Dominion and attack the integrity of the elections and to manipulate the data that they stole. And so if I can sequence this in a timeline, like you'll recall from prior reports that we did here, one of the things that Donald Trump wanted to do and that Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell were trying to get done, and Mike Flynn and others, was to convince people at the Department of Homeland Security, all the way up to Chad Wolf, who was the acting secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, and his top deputy, Ken Cuccinelli, to actually seize voting machines after the 2020 election. Now, why would they want to seize the voting machines? Because they wanted to try to take the data from that and then try to recraft the data, manipulate the data in their various lawsuits, because they had absolutely no evidence at all that there was fraud permeating the election in any way at all, yet alone a meaningful way to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And ultimately, Cuccinelli and Chad Wolf, as much of yes men as they were to Donald Trump, they just said, look, we literally don't have the powers here at the Department of Homeland Security to do it. Like, if we could, we may try to do it, but that's just not what we do. And then the Department of Defense also rejected out of hand these requests to seize voting machines. So then where did Donald Trump go next? Well, Sidney Powell and Giuliani, essentially on behalf of Donald Trump, basically reached out to these people like Jim Penrose. You're going to start hearing this name, Jim Penrose. He used to work at the NSA. He was one of these people who was accessing this breached election data. So you got Jim Penrose, you got Doug Logan. Who's Doug Logan? Doug Logan is the CEO of that organization called the Cyber Ninjas, which was ultimately hired by the MAGA Republicans in Arizona to do the fake audit there, which was completely exposed as a total and utter sham. And then you had this individual by the name of Charles Bundren. And so you'll start hearing those three names a lot: Penrose, Logan, and Bundren. And, you know, CNN got their hands on text messages between these individuals, specifically as it relates to communications about breached election data in Georgia. So what happened? So you have these Trump officials who are unable to get their hands on the election data by seizing the voting machines, right? That's the first thing Trump wants to do. So then what do? They send these individuals in. I'm not saying it's Penrose, Logan, and Bundren per se, but other individuals as well, who went into these county election offices. So in Georgia, in Coffee County, there were like two individuals who went into the Coffee County election offices and managed to basically seize. Another word for seize would be steal. They managed to basically steal private election data from this Coffee County office, and that happened on January 7th, so a day after the January 6th insurrection. These two Trump operatives, they go into this Coffee County election office. They literally take the data. They have someone on the inside. It's a kind of MAGA Republican leaning district. They take the election data, and then they share the data with Penrose and Logan and Bundren, who then uploads it into this database, also kind of run by Sidney Powell and Giuliani. And then the question is, well, what do they do with this election data? Well, they want to weaponize the data in their various lawsuits, in their various reports, and try to show that Dominion was flawed, that the election data that was publicly reported was flawed. And so they tried to get their hands on the data and then manipulate it. So CNN got their hands on some of these text messages, and what it shows is they weren't just trying to weaponize the data to overthrow the 2020 election for Donald Trump, but also the Georgia senatorial runoff election that ultimately Senator Jon Ossoff won. So these are some of the text messages that CNN got, and here's what the text message says. Here's the plan. Let's keep this close hold, Penrose wrote to Doug London. We only have until Saturday to decide if we're going to use this report to try to decertify the Senate runoff election, or if we hold it for a bigger moment, Penrose wrote, referring to a potential lawsuit. And then there was a January 19 text message. If you can draft a report for review on Friday morning with Charles Bundren, that would be best. And what they're talking about in these messages is now, again, they had people who went in and basically stole election data from Coffee County, right? They weren't supposed to be in there. They downloaded Coffee County election data, and then they uploaded that to a system that was controlled by the Trump campaign. Now they want to write reports on it to provide false information about the election results, in theory, that try to overturn the results of the election. That's what's going on there. You know, and then you connect with these individuals we're also doing in Antrim County, Michigan, for example, which in many ways was like a test run of what to do in Coffee County. So one of the things you may recall that took place as well, remember there was this big December 18th meeting where like Giuliani and Flynn and Sidney Powell and then the various other like lawyers who considered themselves Team Normal versus Team Crazy. Remember this from the January 6th committee hearing? So you had, you know, other people in there on, you know, who were supposed to be like Team Normal, for example, these lawyers, you know, associated with Trump who were yelling at Team Crazy and they're all screaming at each other, you know, and so that happens on December 18th because, you know, Team Crazy wants to seize voting machines and declare martial law and all of that. But then shortly thereafter, what begins to happen is, even though Team Normal thinks that they prevailed, actually Team Crazy had a backup plan by basically sending these people into these local election offices, trying to get the data because they couldn't seize the voting machines, but they seized the data by having basically moles in the election offices. They seized the data.
That's
and
concerning.
then they tried to prepare reports. And so, for example, a similar situation of what happened in Coffee County happened in Antrim County in Michigan, for example, which is under criminal investigation there as well by the state attorney general and by special counsel Jack Smith. Then Trump people took that data, they put it in their lawsuits, and they tried to manipulate the data. Ultimately, all that data was debunked, but when people like Lindell and Giuliani and Powell were saying they got their hands on this data, what seems like happened was it was the data that was actually essentially stolen from these local county election offices, and then manipulated and tried to weaponize to justify their positions in their lawsuits that they were filing, but ultimately that was debunked. So that brings us to the racketeering aspect of this, because you now have these operatives who are going into election offices, they're stealing election data that they're not supposed to have, they're then funneling it to kind of mid-level people like the Penroses and the Logans and the Charles Bundrens, who are preparing reports and trying to synthesize this data and weaponize the data. And then at the next tier, you've got your Sidney Powells and your Giulianis and your Mike Flynns, who are then out there on all of the right-wing shows and on Fox and all the echo chamber, the MAGA fascist echo chamber media, basically spreading the disinformation by trying to manipulate this data. And ultimately that traces itself to Donald Trump. And that's where the RICO and racketeering aspect, you know, goes into just that level, right? There's so much other misconduct that Donald Trump engaged in that are likely susceptible to criminal charges. You know, threatening the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, find me the votes or else. And when you see that, when you hear him saying, find me the votes, now that we see the conduct of people like Penrose and Logan and Bundren and Giuliani and Sidney Powell, That wasn't hyperbole, find me the votes. Like, they were trying to find votes. And one of the ways they were doing it was trying to gain access to breached election data that they shouldn't have had in the first place, right? So in addition to the threats to Secretary of State Raffensperger, the fake elector scheme, which is its whole other criminal conduct, people falsely representing they're the real electors when Georgia, for example, voted for President Biden. Another criminal case for a RICO and racketeering was these criminal breaches taking place of local election offices, getting this data unlawfully, and ultimately having a system where this was filtered to Donald Trump at the highest levels. And, you know, that's connecting to John Eastman and Donald Trump's other legal team that was trying to weaponize this data. So all of that is what ultimately a RICO and racketeering case can be, because you got your foot soldiers who walk into these election offices, you've got your mid-level people, you got kind of your next tier, your next lieutenants, all the way to Donald Trump, and how and you could connect them through this RICO and racketeering. That's how you're able to connect them. So that's what's going on there. Pay attention to the names Penrose.
I'm just listening at this point, just absorbing all the information.
Of course, you know the names Giuliani and Sidney Powell. But, you know, good find by CNN on those text messages from Penrose and Logan and referencing Bundren. And I'm sure Special Counsel Jack Smith and, of course, Fulton County District Attorney Phony Willis is all over this. I'm Ben Meiselas from the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. We're on our way to 1.5 million subscribers thanks to your incredible support. Also, wherever you get your audio podcasts, subscribe to the Midas Touch podcast. It's free. And if you want to become a member of our Patreon, just go to patreon.com/MidasTouch. Got a lot of great content on our Patreon that I think you'll enjoy. patreon.com/MidasTouch. Thanks so much for watching. Have a great day.
Lock him up. Indictment season is upon us. Celebrate with the new Indictment Season t-shirt and v-neck exclusively at store.MidasTouch.com.
Okay. Put a little Chud Logic drama in there. Yeah, I think we're done for the day, folks. I think we're absolutely done for the day. No gaming or anything for me, like today too. I think also, like, I want to move on to something else as well. What? I don't know. Might play a little Lost Ark tomorrow, or I might just throw in like some Overwatch. All right, folks. As always, stay frosty, touch grass, and Godspeed. Be back up tomorrow morning, regularly scheduled time. See you on the flip.